we want to just.
So, Universal explained about what actually pitching is, why it is important, what should be a presentation like, how crisp should the data be, and other ideas, finding the exact problem and solution, having a clear problem statement and all. It was like crafting and compelling the problem statement in terms of pitching who are the audience who in front of we are addressing them, in terms of investor or market or maybe some other financial institutions where we are getting loan from.
Or somebody who's a collaborator.
And later he was explaining about how should the presentation be when you are giving a pitching. It should be very firm. You will not get more than 5 minutes in market if you are trying to pitch somewhere, like we see in Shark Tank and all.
So how many of you watch Shark Tank? Okay, 1, 2, that's it, 3. Okay, somebody just raised half hand. You watch the shark, not the tank. Okay. Yeah, so if I were to ask somebody this question of everything that you learned yesterday, what would be the most important point that appealed to you or you found the most value in terms of value addition or that hit the strongest in your mind or was the strongest learning for the day? So I want you to individually, so from everything that was learned, where would you rate, to which point or which aspect of what you learned yesterday would you give the most importance or something that really made an impact on you?
Impact of storytelling.
Okay.
While
The
presenting.
importance of storytelling while making a pitch. Okay, that is something that appealed to you the most. Yeah, Mr. You.
Yeah, myself. Sir, storytelling.
That's a shortcut, very easy. If it is genuinely right, it's okay.
That's genuinely
But
right.
many a time, what happens is subconsciously, when we're not, I take your word for it, but sometimes subconsciously we are lazy and we don't want our mind to think, then we go with the easier option. Ditto. What he said, yes, that also impacted me, but I'll take you.
Now, what Srinivas Saran sir told, it's like completely storytelling only.
Mhm.
So that part I like.
You like that, okay? What about you, or one of you? You don't have to look at what you learned. If it is the strongest, it will always stay in your mind.
I've learned about how importance of pitching and what to do with
No, so again, see, communication, and especially this is good, holds good while pitching. Is you must be very clear of what is the question before you. What am I asking? Excuse me. Yeah, if you need something, just raise your hand. You need, but I would prefer you not to talk amongst yourself. Why yourself? Etiquette. So what is the question over here? What was my question?
So what was the most
The
impactful?
most important or the most impactful learning that made an impression in your mind. So when you start answering, I learned a lot, and then you start giving 2-3 points, that is where you will fail in your pitch. Because you're giving a very generalized, broad-based answer. When something specific is asked for, give that specific. This is the point that straight away go to that is the point. So what about across the spectrum of learning yesterday? This was the point. Like they said, okay, storytelling. Fine. 1 point. Like that, I want just 1 point. Compilation. Okay, fine. So what is compilation all about? What comes under compilation?
like a startup opportunities.
Okay. Compiling the various ideas, opportunities. Right.
So from my point of view, TAM Salmon song made a lot of impact for me, like finding my exact customers and finding my targeted customers in terms of setting up any type of business for me.
Okay. That is something what impressed you the most.
So the structure and the framework of how we segment everything for the pitching.
Okay. Structure the framework, how to be very clear and
Yes.
structure it in a proper manner. That was something that you appreciated. Yes.
On how we could determine if a business can survive in the market based on the market analysis.
Okay, the importance of analyzing and determining how a business can survive in the market, yes.
I think redefining a problem and giving a best unique solution in the best way.
Okay, redefining a problem and They're trying to, yeah, sometimes, defining or putting a problem on in a totally different way can throw up a very simple, easy solution. It all depends on you define a problem in a complicated manner, then even the solutions and your mind thinks in terms of complicated solutions. You make it simpler ideas, more creative ideas can come up. Yeah, a few minutes are over, it's 10:13, I'll wait for 2 more minutes, 10:15, and then we'll get into our session for today, which is all about the slide, networking and building connections. Okay. I'm also waiting for Srinivas to arrive. He said he'll be here by about 10 to 15 minutes. Are you sure nobody else will join?
Our teammates will join. I mean, we're sure one teammate is on her way. She'll be here in few minutes.
Okay.
Not sure about others.
Not sure about the
So anyway, the session is recorded, I think you can start.
Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes. Since I've already made a commitment that I'll wait for a few minutes, I'll wait. 10:15, we'll start. Anything else? Somebody I missed out? Else who would, yeah.
Okay, the one thing that stuck with me yesterday was knowing your audience when you're pitching. You can't present the same type of pitch to every audience. So
Right.
that's-
What is that term you say? One size fits all. You can't have the approach of one size fits all. You need to constantly customize, change, adapt, modify your pitch based on who's the listener, who's the target audience, and based on that you need to be alive. And we see that so much in students especially when you apply for jobs and send resumes. You're lazy. Most of you are very lazy to even try and change a few things, and you just constantly send the same thing, which actually may not be suitable when you send it to another organization. So similarly with the audience, when the audience changes, you need to visualize, think who's the audience, and then you need not make major changes, but you need to make some subtle, simple, smaller changes, which makes it more appealing, more well received by them. Who else missed out? I think, yeah.
So like what the thought that stuck in my brain is like pitch delivery techniques. Pitch delivery techniques.
Pitch delivery techniques, okay. Are you good at public speaking?
Bit nervous.
Yeah, that is why it appeals so much. See, those who are good at public speaking and comfortable with standing on the floor. So generally what strikes us the most is sometimes, yes, it's a new learning. Sometimes it can also be through a deficiency that we have, a skill that we are not confident about, something that we don't possess. Then that learning appeals to us the most, because that fills a gap, a need that is there within us, and therefore you like that the most. Yes. Who else is left? Yeah.
For me, clearly identifying the problem statement and articulating the problem statement. According to what he said, clearly articulating problem statement itself clarifies the 50% of the problem itself.
Yeah. So they say, when you're well prepared, it's like half the battle won. So similarly, if you're clear in your mind and you're able to express that clearly, it's half the battle won. It becomes easier. The rest of the job becomes easier. Who else is left? Yeah.
Business model and go to market strategies.
Okay. Could you elaborate on that?
No, certain market.
Relax. Take your time. Don't worry. Yeah.
Like key components of strong business models, like who the target audience and distribution channels.
Okay. Can we have one of you shift here? This wing is just too packed, and we have a few empty chairs here. We can have one or two of you can come here. And, yeah. Come, two of you can come up here. You can come here. Come here. Make a choice. one sit there. Yeah. Does it, you come with something fixed in your mind? A change. You want to move forward a little, right to the back? You can come right up here. You seem to be lost over there, sitting all alone. Did you introduce yourself? No, you were out. Yeah. Can I just?
Yeah, this is Raghavendra Verma. I am the student. I am pursuing student of CSE department under University itself. I am here for this month and we are going for the Smart Uni Hackathon at national levels for idea screening. We are here to make changes in our PPTs.
Okay. Okay, shall we get going?
Yes.
So today we're going to talk about networking and building connections. And a few words about myself. My name is Praveen Sankla. I'm a civil engineering graduate from this very campus way back in 1982, 86 is when I did my engineering. And then I also did my master's in business administration with human resources as my specialization. I'm into the field of construction, build apartments, design people's homes, and training is a passion. I enjoy training, I love training. I've been a trainer for 30 plus years now. And, well, all my life I've been rooted to Vizag. I've never stepped out of Vizag for work, and I've always been my boss. I've never worked under anybody. So the entire life that I've lived here, I've built a strong network in the city of Visakhapatnam, and probably that is the reason why Srinivas recommended me to take up this session. And yeah, it's a very powerful tool, a very powerful strength if you have good networking skills and you build good networking. As we talk through the session, we will see how we can help others in the journey of life, building a good network and developing connections. I want a few of you to just go look out through the window, see what is outside, and is life dull or is life beautiful? Life is? Sure, life is beautiful?
Depends.
It both depends. Okay, we just have a newcomer. We just get a quick introduction from her and then I move.
Hi everyone, my name is Rasagna.
A little louder.
Hello everyone, my name is Rasagna. I am from 3rd year CSA at Andhra University College of Engineering.
Okay, that was the friend you were referring to?
Yeah.
Who's on the way? Okay. Right. Okay. Life is beautiful. I know all of you must have seen this movie, yes or no? Quite an iconic movie of your time and my time. We all enjoyed watching this movie. I want you to go look out of the window. I want some of you to just walk around into this hall, a little bit around. See, 2 minutes is fine. See what you see and come back and describe what you have seen. In terms of, don't be negative. Don't say, oh, I saw smoke. Oh, I saw a dirty no. We want to. The theme for today is life is beautiful. Come on. If it is beautiful, there should be more energy in your voice. Life is beautiful. A little stronger. Life is beautiful. I think I have more Josh than you. And I'm probably 2 or 3 times your age. You must be in your 20s. I've just entered my 60s. So life is beautiful. That sounds better, more cheerful, more uplifting. Come on. Look out of the windows. If some of you don't want to do it, don't do it. Those of you, just draw the curtain aside, look out, see what you see. Or also step around, go out, and come back in 2 minutes. And then describe what you've seen. You can also step out, you can go look into the hall also, some people go into the classroom. Look at different corners, different angles, and come back and tell me what you've seen. Remember, it's an individual thing. You don't have to, you'll see what you see and describe what you can. Don't talk with anybody else. It's your perception of what you see. Very small activity.
Oh.
Anyone who did not sign up the book outside? Did all of you sign up the book outside?
Right, now who wants to be the first to, okay, very good. You want a round of applause? Because, you know, that's a quality of leadership, you know, not waiting, not hesitating, not looking around, okay, if somebody else is doing it or not. I want to do it straight away, without any pressures from the, so, yeah. What do you think?
What I observed in these surroundings.
You can stand up now because you're, so that everybody can.
What I observed in these surroundings and all, like we have this CMR center there. Yeah. We have pizza corner and burgers and all. We can have all this snack stuff. And we have tea stall near that.
You love food? See, how we see what we are like, okay. Where did you stand and see?
So like here.
Okay, from
Like,
here.
not only now.
Can you
Yeah.
see CMR
From
center?
here also we can see some.
Okay. Did you go there and see, or you were imagining CMR
No,
center?
not like that. I just saw everything.
Okay.
Not only now, I just generally look around surroundings and will observe everything.
So what was the most beautiful thing that you liked, or the most striking aspect of what you saw?
So like that buildings.
That this building?
Yeah.
Okay. What about it was so appealing?
So like it's full of greenery and all.
Okay.
It's in the circular.
The circular shape of the building appealed to you?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a student's hostel.
Yeah.
AU Engineering College hostel. That's called Block 1. And when we were studying engineering, we used to call these 3 blocks. This is the first, second, and third block as junior blocks, and those 3 up there, the 4th, 5th, and 6th block as senior blocks. You know what is the reason? Because this is closer to the zoo, and that is closer to the sea. That was the joke. These are junior blocks, and those are senior blocks. Because you can't help remembering your college days once you are in the campus. 4 years of my life was spent here. So, thank you. Who's going to next? Okay, we had both our hands going simultaneously. Toss up between yourself. Who wants to go first? Pehle up, pehle up. Okay, who's doing it?
I just peeked through the window and I saw. I just peeked through the window and I saw a Bhashyam school bus. Turns out the school students are here for a field trip, and I just saw a teacher getting down the bus to ask for directions. So I thought the students would unlock a core memory here, and it's fun for them. So I hope they have a good day.
Okay, so you saw the little kids and you felt connected to them, and probably also thought about your own school days, and so that is what you liked about what you saw from there. Yes.
Okay, I used to play tennis in the court back there.
Okay.
And without fail, every day when I was going home, there's a rainbow umbrella down there. He sells like ragi java and stuff like that. I never exactly had it there, but without a fail, he's there every day for people that exercise in these grounds, even in the rain, whether it be sunshine, anything.
Right.
So yeah, that's something really beautiful to me.
Something very beautiful. What made it beautiful? What aspect? What are some of the words that you would connect with that regularity?
I guess discipline, hard work.
Yeah, discipline, hard work, commitment.
And without it, and he also serves the people that are here doing different things, right? There's Karasama in the morning, there's people playing cricket, there's people playing volleyball, there's people playing tennis.
So he meets the needs of different people,
Yes.
and different needs of different people.
Yes.
Okay, so that was something that the others, come on.
So when I looked out of the window, I saw that it just started raining, and the hustle and drive for the people to go to their
Ye to
work
long
and-
drive wala mausam hai.
Yeah.
Gosh, I was not in this room.
No, I didn't mean that.
I'm
What I
just
saw
pulling it
in people is that there is a drive for them, and they have to reach a location within time, and their offices, and all that. The hustle of the city.
You're a little worried, okay, people, how will they reach, and it's raining, and also the weather is beautiful. Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Don't wait. Just wait and stand up.
Firstly, when I entered that room, it was pretty dull. But then I looked out of the window, and the most appealing thing was the ground, because it reminded me of my school days, where I spent my time with my friends playing all kinds of sports. So that was one of the old memory job.
Old memories coming back. Now, look, there was someone who walked out into this area. Can we have what? Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Sir, I went to the coffee machine.
You went to the coffee machine, okay.
The coffee aroma is very good.
Yes, the aroma of the coffee. Now see, so the lesson for us here, yes, if you look around, there is beauty all around. It is all in our mind. And like, yeah, his first impression was it's dull. But even in that dullness, you can find a silver lining. There can be a positive thing that we can find in the dullness. He found the coffee aroma in the dullness. His mind didn't focus on the dullness and the dim lighting, but it focused on the coffee aroma. He knows, okay, that is where something that will stimulate me. Let me go there and look at this. And so also you can look at who else were walking to this hall. Yeah, what were your thoughts when you walked into?
So actually, I got two situations in my mind when I walked into the hall. Starting from my home to here, like some noise and some smoke and traffic, it all stuck with my mind and made a bit headache for me. When I stepped inside the room, everything was with peace and like it was a bit peaceful for me. And see, it won't remain constant for a long time. Like if the class becomes boring, like immediately my mind switches to go outside and enjoy this all traffic and all. See, like according to the situation, we switch our mind for the peaceful.
Okay, how we adapt and change to. Anybody else wants to share? One last person, and then I close. Okay, right.
When I look down, there is one missile and the upper part of the submarine.
Okay.
Those are the most interesting part which I look from past 6 months. Those are interesting because it is semi-rusted and stuff. It's look very vibrant.
You have a fascination for antiques, things which are old or something? Yeah. Okay, fine. Right, so in general, life is? Beautiful. So most of the time, life is beautiful unless we hit a. When does life stop becoming, becomes a little less beautiful? I won't say stop becoming beautiful, it becomes a little less beautiful. When does life cease or temporarily become a little troublesome? When? Okay, when something tragic. Do we really need to go to that extent or something severe? Okay, something tragic is again an extreme thing, but what else? When does life stop and ceases to be a little as beautiful as it is right now?
Unexpected surprises. Unexpected surprise.
Okay, unexpected surprise. But the surprise can be a pleasant surprise also.
Yeah.
Unexpected, unwanted surprise. Okay.
So environment may affect.
So again, as I said, you had a session on pitching yesterday. Answers should be more crisp, clear, rather than general statements. When you're talking about the environment, what? That's a very broad-based general statement, too broad-based. I get nothing.
People around us.
Okay, when the people around us behave differently than they normally do. Your best friend with whom you bond so well, today he's dull and he's not speaking to you. He's not as energetic as he is every day. He didn't even smile at you. Life goes down a little. Yes, okay. Come on, simple. Look around.
When we step out of our comfort zone.
When you, again, this is I want specific answers. What is the comfort zone?
When we don't feel
the
like
moment you need to explain something more, you have fallen on your answer, fallen short. Crisp, your communication skills have to be more specific. Hit the, yeah.
When you're stressed about something?
When you're stressed about something, again over here, that something is again too wide. Come on, narrow down on something.
When I have too much homework.
Yes, when you have too much of homework, when you have too much of work that is left over, that is carried forward, you're stressed about the unfinished tasks. Yes. Could we have the name of the person just walked?
Yeah. My name is Srinivas. I'm an assistant professor in Sankeetika Engineering College.
Okay. And
So
what
I've
do you
been
teach? Which
here
subjects?
for the last couple of years. I teach finance.
You teach finance, right? Yeah, welcome Srinivas. So, okay, so life in general is beautiful and sometimes stops being as beautiful as it always is when we hit certain stresses, problems, issues, and you've been identifying what are those issues. Yeah. Something else. So she said, when my mind goes to the unfinished tasks, right? And what she said, what did you say? You didn't? Yeah.
Like what? See, when we are growing knowledge, we are into some different tasks. So when you worry about how we will finish this.
Okay, when you're confused, worried about ongoing tasks and you're not sure how you will finish them, life is a little stressful, okay?
When we're disappointed in people.
When we are disappointed in people, how? Come on, give me an example.
Let's say we expect something from them, we expect a reaction and they
Yes,
give that back
okay. You went out of your way to select a birthday gift for your best friend. You really took a lot of trouble. You packed it well, and then when you give it to her, she's like a very mild thank you. There's no josh, no energy. You're disappointed. Oh my God! I took so much of effort. I expected something more stronger, and then life ceases to be a little. Or it seems to be a little less beautiful. Okay.
I have said that
What?
tragic hits life.
When?
Tragic hits
When
life.
tragedy hits our life. Okay, yes, when tragedy hits our life, it can be a little. Come on. I'm sure there have been several moments in your life where you would have found life to be a little taxing and not as beautiful.
When we don't get the answer we wanted, the outcome.
Okay, so when we don't get what we are expecting, okay,
When things are not under the control, even though we know we can't control them, we sometimes.
So, even now, despite my repeated, come on, think deeply, avoid giving general, broad-based answers. Get into specifics. Give a situation from your life where that happened.
So, for example, regarding the exams, like I expect some marks that I want this much.
Right.
Even though I was the one who will be writing the exam and I know I'm not going to obtain that marks. At that point, I don't feel life is beautiful because I know I prepared and I came and the paper was tough.
Okay,
and
if the
things are
paper
out
is
of my
tough,
control,
or
right?
you prepared for certain portions and none of those portions were there in the questions, then life is a little taxing. Yes, somebody else. Yeah.
When I return back to my college.
When I
return back to my college.
When you go back to your enjoying your time in here.
From village to.
Okay, when you go from your native village, when you go back to college, life, your heart is in your home. Home is where the heart is. So we just had two newcomers, and I'm sure these are the final walk-ins for the day. Could we just have the names of those two who just walked in?
I'm Harshini.
Okay.
I'm Kangshita. Kangshita.
Okay, so we are just talking about networking, and we're saying that life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. So generally, life is beautiful. We should make the most of our lives, but there are moments in our lives when life ceases to be as beautiful as it is. It becomes a little taxing. It becomes a little stressful. And we are going to look at how we can use networking as a powerful tool or a powerful influence in our lives, or a powerful outcome, or to give a better outcome, or to handle these stressful situations. You get a call. One of your friends has met with him. Will take her first response when she says when something tragic happens. So your friend has met with an accident, and he needs. What do people need? Medical help. And also sometimes, if you have a surgery or something needs to be performed, what do you need?
Emotional
blood. You need blood. And you are clueless. How do I get blood? Whom do I approach? And that is where the networking skills, the power of networking can, what appears to be a very stressful situation, you can face it easily without so much of stress with the help of your networking skills. Because you have so many people, you have contacts, one phone call, and the job is done. Okay, come on, let's look at what other situations that our networking skills can help us in, how many of you have traveled by trains and till the last moment you are hoping your ticket will get confirmed, it doesn't get confirmed. It's happened several times. And how you wish you had a contact in the railways, somebody who could put your PNR in the emergency quota and get your ticket confirmed. And there are people who do it. It's not that it doesn't happen, it happens. Let me narrate a story from around 2008 or 9. One of our relatives was having a Group Pravesh in Surat, and my children attended the function. So from here the tickets were confirmed, they went, and it was the good muhurtams, so a lot of people traveling, but their tickets, return tickets from Surat to Visakhapatnam weren't confirmed. And everybody was stressed, and the relative of mine who lives in Surat, he's a chartered accountant, he's been in Surat for several years. He said, Praveen, I've tried, it's not happening. The children were stressed, my wife was stressed. How will the two young kids come back in this, and it's not confirmed? Well, I had a friend in Vizag or in Andhra Pradesh, that time the state wasn't divided, who is an IS officer, a good friend of mine. I just made a call to him and say, hey, my kids are there, this is their ticket, this is their PNR number. Sitting in Andhra Pradesh, and next day when the charts were prepared, both the kids' tickets were confirmed. And my relative, Praveen, what did you do? I'm sitting here in Surat and I couldn't do it, and you from there got it confirmed. Well, I told you the story. So this is, you never know how your networks will help you in life and make things easier, and where life continues to remain beautiful on a more regular basis. This is what networking the power has. Now, yet, so the benefits are many, yet how many of you spend time in building your networking skills, building connections with people?
I want to take a step back to what you just said, because I want it to be clear to everybody. So, the example that he gave, of course, remember what I told you about him?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
this is what, right? So, now the example that he gave is, I called a friend and he helped me out and I got my kids' tickets. Now that's a favor that he asked from somebody to get something done. Okay? The part that I want to be clear is, it's not a one-way thing.
Yeah, they'll come through in the session. Oh yeah, there's a lot more that we'll talk about. Yeah. So what are the other situations that you face? Come on, just let's quickly have one more, so that some more situations that you face in life which makes life taxing. Or your parents have faced. You've seen your mother or your father getting taxed, worried about something.
Toxic people.
Toxic people. What do you mean by toxic people?
I mean, they are jealous of others and they give all wrong information, they mislead people.
Okay. So now the choice is whose. You want to remain with those toxic people, or you can step away from those toxic people.
But we are not aware that they are toxic people.
Oh, how can you say that? You have to be aware to be.
Only after traveling with them, we will understand that they are toxic.
Okay, so fine. We never know the hidden intentions of people. But the moment you realize, stay away from toxic people. Stay away from toxic people. We'll come to that. What else? Okay, have you heard your parents being worried about something? At homes, I'm sure there will be conversations across the dinner table or in the drawing room. Sometimes something is worrying them.
Stressful jobs. Stressful jobs.
Stressful jobs, things like at workplace, okay? Any other situation?
Getting approval of a loan.
Getting approval of a loan. Okay, you want to add your father wants to add a first floor to the existing ground floor, and he's having some issues with the paperwork, the bank manager is troubling him, is not sanctioning the loan, and the rainy season is coming. You wonder, oh my God, how if I had some contacts to make this whole process very easy, okay? Good.
My cousin needed admission in a college which my uncle works, so he got the admission pretty quick.
Okay, your cousin needed admission, and because your uncle works in that college, he got an admission, it became a little easier. Yeah, all this, come on, next. I'm sure we see several such situations in our lives where it becomes easy because of our connection, because of our networking. Okay, so now let's quickly say, so our focus, our theme is, let's use networking to make sure that life remains, for most part, what?
Beautiful.
Beautiful, right? what are we going to? How do we? Yeah. So what we are going to cover? How do we go to the? Okay, right. So the session, the way it's designed is for you to first understand what networking is, its relevance, then how you can develop your network, and the skills you need to develop your network, and a strategy or a roadmap or action steps that need to be taken. This will be the broad outline of what we are going to handle together. So when we think of networking, what comes to your mind? What is networking? Because we need to understand. So what is networking?
Building rapport and connection.
Building rapport, okay. What else?
Getting opportunities.
Getting opportunities, okay.
Knowing people from different sectors.
Knowing people from different sectors.
Being able to use leverage.
Being able to leverage your contacts, okay.
Connecting the people.
Connecting the people, okay.
Diverse people, sometimes we don't know them. Some unexpected help from these very people. We are sometimes hopelessly in a bad situation and something will come
Okay.
up from the zero.
So is networking all positive, or do you have some negative thoughts about networking also?
Negative.
You also have some negative thoughts, like what? Okay.
So if you are building a network, sometimes we may favor people because we can't say them a no.
Okay, sometimes we may favor people because we can't say no, or sometimes people can ask us favors which we can't actually do it, but we say yes. And then when they call us, we avoid their calls, okay? Right, what else?
When they take advantage of.
Yes, people can take advantage of you, it can be manipulative, okay?
When your name is used somewhere.
Okay, when people throw and use your name that you don't even know about it. Yeah, okay. Anyway, just on the lighter side, I'm generally a fairly serious person, not in the training sessions, but at home. So, you know, some issue supposing there's with my mother-in-law, and my wife will use my name. I said this, though I didn't say it, but she wants to work to get to be done to say, I said it, and then my mother-in-law is like, okay, I said it, and you know, so that is how when your name is used in a negative way to create like, so ja bache nahi to, what is that dialogue from Sholay? Gabbar Singh, aa jayega. So this is what we're going to look at. Okay, let's see. Networking is several words. Exposing your brand. Networking is all about exposing your brand. And here, if you have a product, then it's exposing your brand. Or sometimes when you are marketing yourself, exposing your personal brand, exposing your personality. Networking is somebody can say shameless self-promotion. Networking is all about promoting. You don't have to momatum, nirmamatum ga. No momatum. Shameless self-promotion. Right. Yeah. Or you can connect, it will be easier to when you speak. Sometimes networking can be insincere. Do you feel it? Yeah. Yeah. When do you feel networking is insincere?
When you have have
Networking is insincere. What is sincere? What does it mean?
when you have to use them for something, but you don't really want to network.
Yeah, you really don't believe what you are saying, and sometimes the other person can also make out it's what he is saying is not genuine, is not coming from the heart, but funny jargada gurinchi. Yeah? Network. So sometimes networking can be insincere. But then we are not looking at networking is not just passing out business cards. Networking is not okay. Don't think your job is done if you hand over your business visiting cards. Some people might believe, how many of you believe networking is a waste of time? Do you believe? No, it is not a waste of time. It's definitely, but it is an investment in the long term. How many of you play housey or these in a party? You know, the game of housey. Almost all of you, especially college picnics, etc. Now, what if in the game of housey, the organizers would say, hey, we won't give you the prizes right away. We will announce it, but we'll give it to you next week or a month later. How would you feel? Would you enjoy the game? No. At the start itself, they say that we will have this game, first line, second line, third line, Jaldi 5, houseful, but the prizes will be given a month later. Would you enjoy it? No. And you might not even buy a ticket. What happens, human nature is that we want instant gratification. We want something which helps, instantly we should feel happy. The results should be visible to us immediately. We should get the benefits immediately. Then you feel happy. But networking is something which may not give you instant results. This is time that you're investing for long-term benefits. You must have that patience. You must have that vision, foresight. You shouldn't look at it as a waste of time. I'm doing it because this will produce results, will give me the benefits over a period of time, and I have to be patient. You can't, because I'm not getting immediate results, I shouldn't stop networking. I shouldn't stop connecting with people. I should continue this path of networking and building connections. Sleazy, something that is corrupt or sordid. Oops. Manipulative, some people might feel networking is manipulative. You use other people's emotions, etc. to get what you want. Or networking is selling. These are all the negative aspects, biases that we have. Why I'm putting these words is if you have these negative biases, I'm trying to tell you to dismantle it. Because the way we want to build our networking skills is that none of these terms apply to us. Because if you build your networking on these negative parameters, that means if you're manipulative, then such networking will never be a long-lasting networking. It will never be a long-lasting connection. The moment the other person knows that you manipulated that person, the next time you seek help, assistance, there will be a flat refusal. They will say no. So we don't want to build our networking skills on any of these words. We want to be sincere. We want to self-promote, but not shamelessly, when needed. We don't want to just pass out business cards. We genuinely want to connect with people. We don't want to sell anything. It's not, we just want to connect. That's it. Build a rapport. As somebody used the word, it's rapport building. That's what we want to do. We don't have any hidden or a secret agenda. Okay. I had a particular friend who, he hasn't been in touch with me since a very long time, so working. And then he calls today. He would call. He would indulge in some small talk. Hi, what is this, blah, blah, blah. And then my antenna would go off because it happens. First 1-2 times, I would think, okay, it's a courtesy call. But repeated patterns of behavior, then let me know that something else is coming up in a day or two. Today is a courtesy call, tomorrow or maybe 2-3 days later he's going to call me for a favor. He's going to ask me, otherwise again he will never call. So he has a secret agenda in that call today. Because today he doesn't want to ask directly. I haven't called the person for a long time, So if I straight away ask him, he may not agree. So let me just say hi, hello today, but 2-3 days later then say, hey Praveen, do this, do that, etc. So no, networking is not about having secret agenda. Always be transparent. Networking is all about being. We are looking at how to build healthy networking skills. These are all, if you are practicing any of these, it builds unhealthy, weak networking skills. Now what do you want? Weak or healthy? Healthy. So make sure that none of these apply to the way you develop your networking skills. What's the difference between, because as I said at the start, we're going to try and understand what networking is. Once you're clear in your mind what networking is, it helps you to develop networking skills in a better and in the right and in the healthy manner. What's the difference between networking and friendship?
So networking maybe in terms of professional aspects.
Okay.
And friendship is a grip of emotional aspect.
Okay. Yes, networking can be a professional, use the right words, and there may or may not be an emotional connect in networking, but in friendship there will be emotional connect. Okay, what else? Come on, someone, what's the difference between networking and friendship?
You have to develop network, but friendship, it happens.
Ho jata hai. Okay, fine. Both require development, you can't say, but which requires more time and investment and more care. Of course, even friendship requires care, but networking, yes, needs to be strategized and planned, and friendship is something that organically develops. It's more natural, okay? What else? Yeah. What are the differences between networking and friendship? We'll quickly come to some scenarios which will make the concept clear, but before I come to that, come on, this is not about me speaking, it's about hearing you speak.
You can go for years without talking with friends, and the bond will still be the same.
Very good. There can be times when you need not connect with, create strong, true friendship. You need not call somebody, but even if you call after 6 months, you know that person is still there for you and you are there for him. And with networking, no, you need to maintain your networks. You need to brush up with your networking, okay? Fine. Just to make it a little clear, networking is about building rapport, having substantive conversations and finding commonalities with other professionals in a limited amount of time. In networking, you don't spend, like with friends, you can go down to the beach, sit for hours together. You don't do that in networking. Limited amount of time you connect with people, converse with people, find conversations, arrive at what things are in common. In a short span of time, a lot more has to be packed. And friendship is easy rolling. There's no set agenda in friendship. It just flows naturally, right? A few people are writing. You need me to step aside. So it is an opportunity to connect with others, but it's more focused on advancing your professional goals. Networking, you have the objective of how to develop your professional, build on your professional goals. Especially within organizations, or if you're working in an organization or running your own business, you invest in networking so that you are able to push your professional goals. Networks, social networks are also there, which may not have the agenda of professional goals, but most networking is focused on developing your professional goals. And it's not about getting people to like or boosting your on social media. That's not networking. Number of likes, number of followers. That's just boosting your social presence. So key difference between, we'll give you a few scenarios which will tell you when you are indulging in friendship and when you are indulging in networking. Right. Can I go to the next slide? Let me know if. So look at this situation. So clear about the situation, there's a party, you go to the dinner table, pick up a plate or pick up a snack, and you're ready to go around the room, and then you strike up with a conversation with someone who's just next to you who's also having a snack. And you want to go around the room and meet other people, but this friend whom you just said hi, hello, is also following you all around. She's not willing to leave you. Right. Now, if you are pursuing friendship, what will happen? So when friendship is primary, you feel bad for her. Oh my God, she's all alone. She has nobody. Send you in with. You say, okay, come, let's both sit here. You spend more time with the person, and you forget about everything else or everybody else in the room. So this is what happens when you are in the friendship zone. When the focus is on developing friendship. But you need to, if you want to differentiate, no, I'm not here for developing friendship. I'm here to develop, cultivate networking skills, then this is what you're supposed to be doing. Supposing it's a large event and people from different walks of life and different fields have come, and you really want to make the best use of that time, and you want to meet other people, but if you get stuck with one person, you lose opportunity to meet the others. So you should be clear in your mind, no, I'm not here to develop, today, this evening is not to develop friendships, I will come to network. So you can just quickly say, okay, and take leave of her and go around and meet other. You have to stay focused if that your objective is to strengthen your networking. So it's clear about the scenario. So a lot of times we are unassertive. We momatonto. We are oh what will the other person think? She'll feel bad. He'll feel bad, and then we sacrifice on our own interests, on our own objectives, and we forget why we get here. So we need to be assertive and say, okay, we'll catch up a little later, or we'll connect a little later, and then you take out your time to get another. Okay, let's look at another scenario. Again, in a situation, maybe a party or a gathering, you see someone standing alone, he's wearing a very fancy watch, a watch which you also wanted to buy or own or wear. So it's a perfect icebreaker, it's a perfect way to say hi, hello, strike up a conversation, and you go, hey, that's a lovely watch you're wearing, and I fancy, or I've been thinking of buying this. So you head over to chat. That's good. You start networking with the other person. But to stay with him,
high level friend.
Yeah, high level friend with a high level party. Well, life is beautiful. Why they should reach that high level, isn't it? You want to be at the high level or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Right. So you talk about those expensive watches, beaches, playing golf, etc. You remain in the friends zone or the friendship zone. You are focusing your time, effort, energy on developing a friendship, not on networking. So after some point of time, you need to quickly transition, shift the topic from things that you love doing or passionate about to the main event, and get to know the person, connect him on a professional level. Clear? So that is what differentiates between when you are investing your time for networking and when you are investing your time for developing friendship. See, friendship is also a part of networking, but not all networking can be friendships. Okay? Friendships can lead, networking can lead to friendships, but not all networking can lead to friendships. Okay? It can remain alone. If we clear about that, can I move to the next? One final situation to just make it clear the difference between networking and friendship. So this happens, people who you say hello and the person keeps on talking about herself and what she's doing. You are a patient listener. And if you do all those visual in your mind, kind of thoughts coming to your mind, but you're patiently listening, you don't want to hurt a feeling, you don't want to interrupt, you don't want to stop, pause, break, and it goes on, right? So if networking is the objective, you need to be alert and transition, move into topics which are common or related to a profession or something where you can also contribute rather than just be a passive listener. Clear about the distinction between friendships and networking. Any questions on that or anything else that you would like to add, contribute to that? Yeah.
So the people in the back, because of the structure of this room, are unable to read, especially the bottom part.
Okay.
So when it comes to the bottom part, you can probably.
I have to read it out. So, do I read it out?
Yeah.
Sure, you could read. Anybody couldn't read? I'll read it out. So, if it's okay.
It was hard to read, but I've read it now.
Okay. So, which one? Networking effectively?
Yeah.
Realizing she's not going to reciprocate and turn the attention onto you, you listen for the next sentence where you can relate what she's saying to a project you're working on, a client you have, or any topic you can speak to and jump in. By doing so, you created a seamless transition and you can start sharing something of your own. That means you grab an opportunity to talk about your project, yourself, etc. You need to listen carefully and move into that. Yeah, so even the, now again, at any point, this is again how you have to be assertive in your communication. Something is not clear. It shouldn't have been Srinivas who should be giving me a pointer or indicator that you're not able to do this thing. It should have been coming from you.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, college students.
College students, yes,
they
but
don't
they
want to speak up.
Yeah.
Because somebody is going to say something to them.
Yes, but that shouldn't become a part of our lives. I mean, see, these are habits that we form at college, but if they remain an integral part of our life, our performance is going to, it'll affect our performance in our careers too. So the college time is the best time for you to break out of this kind of situations where you need to raise your hand and say, excuse me, this is a very small gathering and you should be comfortable stating. I always, when we talk about assertive communication, we shouldn't be worried about the next step, that is the result. Assertive communication is about first stating what you wish to say. And then, yes, sometimes the other person might take action on it or not, but rather than in your mind, oh, I can't read, and have bigger font, instead of grumbling and not doing anything, it's always better to say it out and then be at peace with yourself. Okay. So, ponder on these questions. How often do you network? How many people are in your network? And how frequently do you contribute to your network? What do you mean by contribute to your network?
Keep in contact with them. Keep in contact.
Yeah, you stay in touch or do something.
Help.
Actually, I have a more fundamental question for all of you. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
What does he mean? What does network mean to you? What do you mean when Praveen is saying network? What does that mean?
Building connections or
Building connections.
Networking is building connections, but network.
Connections you already have.
Okay, what connections?
Yes, professional. So if you're from a startup perspective, if you're talking about what would be the areas in which you should develop your networks?
Investor.
Okay, investors,
Other startup founders.
other startup founders, okay. Who else? Who else should be your part of your network?
People who can give us referrals.
Okay, people who can give us referrals, people who can mentor you, mentors, okay.
people in the tech industry, people in the technology industry.
Okay, people in the related technology space. Consumers, yes, people who will consume the idea, product, service that you are working on.
Consultants.
Who are in government offices.
Okay, people, regulatory authorities, people who are in the government offices, right?
Consultants. Consultants.
Consultants, okay, who can help you formulate your business plan or get the business loans or whatever. Consultants in various areas that you might need help.
Accountants.
Advisors.
Accountants.
Accountants, okay. Fine. That, chartered accountants, yeah. Legal professionals.
Partners. Yeah, partners.
Co-founders, partner, like-minded people with whom, okay, you feel that if this grows, I won't be able to handle it alone. It's good to have a teammate on this, to have somebody else along with me so that we can share ideas, we can build on this. So all these people connected. What about people in the university? You're sitting here, right, in your people, academics, academicians. They can also be part of your network. Sometimes, who knows, if you might grow and you need some help with them or conduct an event in the university, so having connection with the university educators can be part of your network. Who else? So in a startup ecosystem, connections in all these areas should be part of your network. Okay, it's not that simultaneously you can, but start developing those contacts in each of these areas. You're at a general party, like, okay, this plate that we saw, this example, and the person says, oh, I work in the university. Fine. Immediately you make a mental note, grab the opportunity, okay. And she says, I'm working in Andhra University, okay, a reputed university, a reputed college, and I have a contact, and make a mental note. Tomorrow you might need some help in the university. Now you connected, you spoke. Now how do you strengthen this? Like we meet several people. A tip on how you can remember this. A very strange incident I remember in several years ago when business cards were still popular. Nowadays, very few people hand out business cards, being the digital era. But when we were giving business cards left, right, and center, in a train journey, we were having a conversation sitting across, and I gave my business card to the other person. Immediately, he took the card and he turned it over, and at the back he met so and so on this train journey, so and so date. And he said, I do this with every person I meet, either immediately or when I go back home in the evening. The business card, I just make a small note at the back of the card so that I can remember where I met this person, what was the context, what was the connection. It's a great habit that he had. So that's how you need to invest your time, use your own creative skills, ideas to build and develop your networking skills, right? So when I say how often do you network, can somebody now talk about, okay, what opportunities have come to you to network and how have you utilized those opportunities?
We'll probably tell you more about how many missed opportunities they had.
Yeah, we all have missed opportunities, but what are the opportunities? Or a networking opportunity that you still fondly remember? Or a person that you met and you still remember that connection?
I once visited Hyderabad.
Okay.
Not on an official purpose, but just visiting on a vacation.
Mhm.
And then I got an opportunity to go to a party with my sister's friends.
Okay.
And at that party, I got to socialize with some of her event organizers, and we had a pretty good rapport. And later on, she changed her organization to Vizag, and we were having small Sangeet parties, so we got a fair deal from her. So
Great.
that contact.
Great example. See how a chance meeting with an event planner in Hyderabad and has helped in getting a good deal. That's an example of networking, right? Somebody else? Yeah.
I had a connection with an interior designer back hometown, in my hometown. So recently, my grandfather's apartment is
being renovated.
So I've used that contact in efficiently arranging the work that is going on.
Great. So see, just a word of caution here. When we refer, because we have these contacts and we network, so if we use it for ourselves, still okay, the risk is ours. But when we refer them to somebody else, you should also say, hey, I only know them, or I know them through a friend. I'm not very sure about their work. You need to do the validation and do some more fact checking before you. I just gave you a, and that helps you stay protected. Otherwise, tomorrow if something goes wrong, that person takes an advance and disappears, they're going to come back and say, hey, what kind of a person did you? But if you know the antecedents of the other person and you are strongly aware of the skills and the integrity of that person, you can still go and be honest and say, yes, I have seen his work in 2-3 projects and everybody has given a very favorable feedback. So where you need to remain, don't remain silent. I mean, state the facts. When you network, state the facts. You ask for a contact, well, I have this contact, but my level of connection is very, so I just met them once and I am not aware of their work. Okay, that's a caution that you need to exercise. Okay, so the interior designer, who else? Yeah.
I did my internship in IPPB, India Post Payments Bank. There was a vacancy for BC merchants and all. There I referred my friend from my village and he got onboarded.
He also got the internship over there?
No, onboarded. He
you got onboarded over there. Okay, great. Because of your internship, yeah.
Today we are the team of SS to be here with my network with Srinivas sir. It's around 1.5 years. I got this contact through Ravi sir as a content writer of the website. Now it's built a, he is our mentor today.
So you are grateful that you connected with Srinivas. You know, how sometimes great partnerships develop with one small step. So yeah, something to feel nice about and when you go to sleep tonight.
If they listen to me, I'll feel nice. They don't listen.
Well, they do listen to you. Are you sincere or insincere?
Sincere. They are sincere.
Yes.
I don't know this.
Yeah. Come on, some others. Your network, yes.
So I have a very commercial experience.
Yeah.
I used to work in an admin department in an IT company.
Okay.
So after I resigned, I have the contacts of different RMs there with whom I work. So I sometimes call them up for a favor of my personal things, maybe bank RMs, maybe other vendors. So that helped me out.
That helped you to connect, okay.
And other thing was our college, our institution was having alumni meet.
Okay.
From where I met a 10th batch alumni, Sunil sir, he's from Vizag only. He's into furniture business. So day before yesterday, he was calling me up for if you are interested, you can work with us now. If you want to join after your PG, or you can work now as a part-time. So that networking helped me with an opportunity now.
Yeah, right. Yes. So as we talked about at the start itself, it's a very powerful avenue for us to explore and discover more in life or make life more easier for us and people associate with us. So, but you need to invest your time, be sincere, be committed, be transparent, and not have a hidden
agenda.
Not be manipulative. All these negative aspects of networking you should avoid, right? And so when let me say yesterday you all of you met. How many of you, especially those who are from IIM, went across and interacted with people who are not from the IIM? Nobody. And it holds good for the others also. What about those who are from AU? How many of you took the initiative and went across and interacted with the people from II? No way. Now this is something, it's very easy, it's simple. Huh?
I have a friend working in a startup.
Okay.
But he is not here. So I went.
Okay, you have somebody who's working here and you went. Now see, but talking about the people in the room. See, right now we are part of this event. This is something that while it's very easy to sit in a networking class, write down whatever I'm saying, that's all the easy part. The toughest part is to, somebody used the word comfort zone. Who was that in the start? Yeah, he used the word comfort zone. What is comfort zone?
Doing nothing.
Doing?
No, being next.
Being in a comfort zone. What is this comfort zone?
Creating a bubble for yourself where you're only comfortable and
Okay.
you do things which you're willing to do.
A zone in which you are almost every time there, a safe zone which you feel you are in a state of equilibrium and bliss. And the moment you get out of your comfort zone, learning happens. Beyond the comfort zone lies the learning zone. Let me give you an example. Like say comfort zone are things that we do regularly on a day-to-day basis. It's only when we break out of that groove, that rut, that the channel of our comfort zone, you will get into a learning zone. Learning will happen only if you, and it has to be done consciously. It doesn't happen automatically. Okay, I have friends who are coming from another institute. Let me take that first step, walk across, say hello to them. There's a tea break. There is a tea break?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the tea break, you have probably 10 minutes. Instead, I have chai with my regular set of friends every day. Let today be different. Let me move out of my comfort zone. Hello. So how's your campus life in and how's your PGDM program? Whatever it is, small talk. Start. Say hello. And who knows? Sometime a new connection happens, a new network develops. But that first step has to be taken by us. We fail over there. Most of us, that is the biggest stumbling block, biggest hurdle for all of us, getting out of our comfort zone. So now, let's put networking into practice. I want you to go and interact. I'll give you just 5 minutes in this room with people who you haven't interacted with. Say hello to people you haven't spoken to since yesterday. I'll give you about 5-10 minutes. Go. Get up. In the
By the
minutes.
way, one other point that I want to mention. Comfort zone is also where you're happy with sitting with a friend that you sat with yesterday and therefore you're sitting in the same place. Unlike some people who decided to move.
No, that I made them move.
No.
Yeah, she wasn't there, right? I asked her to shift. Okay, let's do a small activity. Fine, let's do a small activity. What you will do is, 2 instructions I'm giving you. 1, you will get up for the next 5 or say 10 minutes. You will go and spend 2 minutes minimum interacting with somebody you haven't yet interacted with. Okay? Then, look at the person to your left. Remember this face. Look at the person to your right. Remember this face. Not mine. Okay? Clear? Each of you are aware of the face to your left and face to your right. And remember, this is you're in this wing and you're in this wing. After you finish your interaction, when you come back, the people in this wing will not be in this wing and the people in this wing will come here, right? But when you sit down again, when you look to your left, you should see a different face. When you look to your right, you should see a different face. Clear? Or rather, we'll do one thing. Let's do it because again, we'll have the same IIMs over here. So you should have at least, okay, to the left and right, you should have at least one person from the other institute. Okay? So I'll be liberal on the exchanging of the rows, but look to your left, to your right, you should see a different face, out of which one face should be from a different institute, organization. Clear about the instructions? Any questions? Okay, get up, leave all your pads, pens, interact with each other. It's 11:23, so 11:30. No sitting and interacting, on your feet. Move up. Up. No sitting and interacting. Not mandatory. What they just go down
మళ్ళీ మీకు ముగ్గురు కలిసారా అసలు ఒకలా tell?
Come on, move, spread out.
And by the way, after 2 minutes, you have to switch places.
I'm scared of last week. I'm scared of last week.
What about you guys? What is the curriculum like for you? It's very
Okay, 2 minutes, just change your groups quickly. Go into form new groups. Go. And some of you can come this side. Come on, new groups. Move, dismantle that. Go.
See, they have the same tribal knowledge. Beyond that tribe, it's very difficult to speak.
Come on, come this side. Some of you come this side.
Get out of your tribes.
Yeah.
Tribal knowledge is the same. Everybody have the comfortable with this.
Come this side. Come here. Go. Finish your interaction. Okay, now sit. You know the rules? To the left, to the right, both new faces, and one of which should be from another institute. Come on, sit. Rearrange yourself. Come on, sit down quickly. Some of you can come this side. There are chairs, empty chairs here. No, it's okay, even if you don't. Yeah, you can come this side always. You can come here always. You can move a little. All settled? Okay, look to your left. You see a new face? Look to your right.
Let me know that this new face.
If you're seeing the same face, then change. Okay. Right, at least you got out of your comfort. Now let's see, okay, as you network, who's going to share something interesting or something new that they came to know or something that connected with them? Or whatever the interaction that happened.
I just asked her yesterday when our team walked into the room, the first thing we noticed that all of the students from IIM were in formals.
Okay, so what did you
So we thought we missed the dress code. So we were searching where the dress code was mentioned, and turns out when I talked to her, the college asked.
That's the college principle, the college guidelines to always be formally dressed, okay? What else? Hey, come on, you spoke for about at least 5-6 minutes, something interesting must have come up. Rather than how's the weather and what's the cost of something interesting? Yes.
I've talked to Aravind,
Okay.
and he urged me to look outside, getting outside the hostel because even in the final year, rather than sticking into the hostel, go out, venture, search for a room.
Okay. You must stay out of the hostel. Fed up with hostel life. Okay, what else?
See, like, what I observed is, I meant to say, like, see, one of our college, sister colleges, he is one of the two.
Okay, from same educational group. This is the same, yeah.
Alvadas.
Alvadas group. Ravindra and Rajendra. So they are also part of my network. Know them pretty well. You know, another friend of mine who lost his father, and they had to have a ceremony in Vizag. And their relatives are all from different parts of the world. So somebody came from Hong Kong and somebody from Australia. And so for the ceremony, they needed a lot of help. None of them were studying in Vizag, and they're very good friends, close to him. So whatever they needed, I took the phone and I didn't go anywhere. Just only on the phone. You know, return gift what was to be given. I just called somebody, that was arranged. A pujari was needed for the ceremony. I called somebody, got that arranged. Then for the function, a caterer was needed. I called somebody, got that arranged. Then that lady who came from Hong Kong, she said, Praveen ki kurchi or phone iste chalu. So that's how networking helps you to get things done very, very easily without having to go anywhere. But this is not something that has happened overnight. For me, yes, I've been in Vizag for now close to, well, from childhood I've been here, but I'm looking at life post my professional qualification. So 38 years it's taken me to build this network. Now we'll quickly get into how you can build networks. What are some of the things that you can do? Yeah. So how do you network across? That means within your organization or within your immediate circle, like within your institution, and beyond the workplace, or within these, if you're not working, within the startup ecosystem. So what we will do is, we have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. We'll kind of form you into 4 groups. Okay, start with 1 and end with 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
Two. Okay. So all the ones will be one group, the twos will be one group, threes will be one group, fours will be one group. So again, what you will do is, now let's see, the 1 and 4 will talk about how do you build networks within your workplace or within the institution that you're working, how do you build networks. Whereas 2 and 3 will talk about how to build networks beyond the workplace or in the startup ecosystem. Clear about the instructions? 1 and 4 within. That means within your organization, you can use imagine, because some of you are not working, but most of you are not working. Within your organization, within your institution, within the space that you are sharing or part of, right? And those will talk about how to develop networks beyond that, across the or within the startup ecosystem. Clear? If you have any question, you can ask. Okay, the 1s can sit here, 2s can sit there, 3s can sit there, 4s can sit here. You can get up with your books, papers, and you can just turn the chairs around and form into those groups, talk amongst each other, come back with your findings. I'll give you about 15 minutes to discuss this whole thing and share your learnings. Four is here. 1 over here, 2 over there, 3 over there, 4 over here. Okay, what we'll do, sorry, because 2 and 3 are in the same assignment. Can 4 come here and 2 come here? 2 come here, 4 come here. Because 2 and 3 are taking up the same thing. We paid. Yeah. Yeah, so 2 and 3 are same, isn't it? So 4 come here, 2 go there. I mean, 1 and 3, 3 go there, 4 come here. That's it. You all remain there. And yeah, just sit and you're facing each other. You share this side, you over there. Look to the table. Yeah, two chairs and you're facing each other. Sit. Right. No, don't use the table. Turn around. Come here. Put the chair back. Face each other. Come on. Yeah. Right. Come here. Put your chair. Yeah. Come closer. You can go a little back. Be careful with the stand of the jar. Fine. Clear with the instruction. If you have a question, ask. What are you going to do? How you're this group? Because within the outside the workplace, beyond the workplace, beyond your college, beyond your institution, beyond the common organization that connects you, how will you develop networks? What are the sort of things that you can do? What are the steps, measures that you will take, which will contribute to developing your networks? Clear about it? You can come up to the side so that he will he also is part of the and make a note of all the things, ideas, suggestions that come up. One of you can make a note. So one of you in the group should make a note of all the ideas that come up. One of you in the group will make a note of all the ideas, suggestions that one person in the group, excuse me, you're out of the group or come closer, come closer. One of you make a note of all the ideas that come up.
advertising money ala తీసుకొస్తా
చాలా ట్రిప్స్ అవి ప్లాన్ చేస్తాం. ఇంకోటి మన యాక్టివిటీస్ లాగా ఫ్రైడే గేమ్స్
అది ఇది వర్చువల్
So what are some of the ideas that will come up so far? This is within the
finding professional profiles and hiring development platform, interacting during fun Friday events, department meetups, having news annual coordinating cafeterias and office
Okay, final 2 minutes to close and come back. Sit in your groups. You just turn your chairs around
Okay.
Last time
From that you will be
Okay, let's see your findings and come move forward. What are you coming up with? So who's going to start first? Group 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Group 1 is ready. Let's see what ideas or suggestions Group 1 is coming up with, or what is there discussed. Come, listen to them. Okay, forget about what you've written. Let's pay attention to Group 1. You have to just stand up so that they can also give your name and from Group 1, she is.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone. We are Team 1, and my name is Vikas Ayushri, and our task was how do you build your network connections in an organization. So, how do we build is by joining team lunches, finding professional LinkedIn profiles, and having a good conversation with good gestures on a particular platform. Interacting during
Slow,
funny.
a little slow. Let's go. Yeah.
Sorry. Interacting during Friday fun events, department meetups, having new general convo during cafeterias, office outings, having interdepartmental convos during workshops. Thank you.
Okay, interdepartmental events, conducting team lunches, having some weekend events. Then, what about occasions? Celebrating certain occasions, having a common platform to celebrate occasions, weddings or not wedding, birthdays or some festivals can be celebrated. Okay, what else can come up? And social media platform is anyway there, joining LinkedIn, etc. Anything else that comes up from there? Okay, we'll discuss all of these in detail. Next group.
I'm Kavya from Group 2. We're discussing on how we could build network beyond our workspace or startup ecosystem. So the things we came up with is society and neighbors.
Okay, so could you elaborate on that?
So we have, we probably have our neighbors from like 20-30 years. Our parents are well connected with them. We have our friends from the same neighborhood.
Okay.
So we can connect through them. And
Okay, so you can say you can have a neighborhood meet.
Yeah.
So you use a platform and say 15-20 houses in the neighborhood have a neighborhood meet, okay?
like every monthly or weekly meet that they have. And then we have seminars like this. You can meet people from other institutions.
Attend. You want to conduct the seminar or you want to attend seminars? Okay, attend seminars is whenever the opportunity
And
comes.
then through sports or walking, through sports,
Okay,
we get closer with sports very quickly.
okay, attending again sports meets or athletic meets.
Yeah, and then we could have connections with different groups or different disciplines from the same college. For example, I could give you that I know an international guy from Tripoli department. I wanted to approach him if he wanted to attend, participate in this next hackathon that is gonna continue. And then we have.
Okay, now in all my years of training, this is a tip that I would like to give you, and it reflects hugely on your professionalism and your outlook to life. Is you always learn to treat others how you would like to be treated. Now, put your hand on your heart and tell me, how would you feel if you're speaking in a group, presenting something, and you find your friends, your colleagues, or members who are part of your group not listening to you and talking amongst themselves? Is anything so important? Aren't we showing disrespect to our own colleague? By prioritizing what we are speaking or what we have in our mind, is there something that can't wait? That we can't pay our total attention to the person who's speaking? Are we respecting that person or are we disrespecting that person? Are we placing ourselves above that person or are we giving importance to the other person? What is happening? Answer, introspect, think about yourself. Have that patience. You had your opportunity to talk, discuss. Now is the time for you to receive ideas. In networking, remember, one of the most important skills in networking is developing that ability to listen, to pay attention. We can't be self-centered and develop strong networking skills. We can't be impatient waiting for the other person to finish so that I can speak. No, you have to hold your thoughts. You have to wait and pay complete attention to the person who is speaking. That is a prerequisite if you want to be good in your networking skills. If you aren't paying attention, your networking development is at a very superficial level. It doesn't carry depth. So when somebody is speaking, pay attention. And again, pay attention, no, not insincerely, but sincerely. Be receptive to the ideas, be receptive to the thoughts of the other person. That is a strong basis for you. It acts one of the foundations, one of the cornerstones of developing a, not just thinking about yourself, your group, but yes, right now somebody's on the floor, the spotlight is on them, let me give my attention, my time to them. Yes, go ahead.
And also, like they mentioned, LinkedIn,
Yeah.
it's not only inside the organization but all over.
Yeah, social media is a huge platform.
Yeah. And traveling. When we travel with travel buddies, you can meet different people from different places.
Okay.
That's a wide range of networking.
Travel is a huge source of networking, okay?
That's it from our side.
Something else you had? Something else missed out? They can add.
She said sports.
Sports, yes.
She said sports.
Those sports also you can
So
build
sports like tennis and golf often have a lot of people that are recreationally playing who are at a recreationally playing who are at a bigger level in life. So
To achieve something a slightly higher level in life. So
Yes,
the chances of networking with important people is especially over golf. Okay.
typically a rich people's sport.
Let's not bring richness into this thing, but yeah, who are well settled or accomplished people.
Yes.
Fine. Next.
Sir, I'm Kamshita from Team 4. So it's the same topic as Team 1. So to add few points, like apart from what we spoke, knowledge exchange programs.
Yeah, somebody's already started to speak. Yes.
So knowledge exchange programs that organizations and universities conduct, like we going to Switzerland and Sweden countries, that would also be a good source or scope where people can exchange the knowledge and give a good scope for connecting.
Yeah, you have these inter-college fests, inter-college meets.
Orientations and everything.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it from my
That's it, nothing else?
Yeah, so they almost
Fine, you can, as a refresher, you can repeat.
Okay, so and fests are events and orientations,
Okay.
alumni meets, and breaks and intervals where we get to know people more and connect with them more.
Breaks and intervals. Okay, fine. We'll finish all four and then we'll start summing up again. Yeah.
Hello everyone. So some of the opportunities that we can grab to socialize and build a network outside beyond the workspace are through connecting with the past lecturers. Even they have a lot of students with whom we can connect and we can gain some connections from them. And as it's already mentioned, alumni meets are also a good place to build your networks. And there are a lot of clubs as well in which we can participate, and there are a lot of events happening that are not exclusive for one company or one organization. There are some social events that we can participate. So these are some of the occasions beyond workspace where we can find out.
Right, sure. Beyond workspace, okay, let's look at some more events beyond workspace, then we'll also come back to workspace. How many of you in the newspapers you see events like beach cleanup? Does it happen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you participate any time?
Yes.
Did anybody participate? Okay, raise your hands.
Yes.
Right, because it draws people from all walks of life. That's a great platform to meet, increase the diversity of the people that you meet. A beach cleanup program, or how many have seen sometimes there are these trekking clubs. How many of you like trekking? Okay. So have you explored, Kambalkonda? They have a regular trekking on weekends, and a lot of trekkers come there and trek in the morning, 5 a.m. Different timings in summer and winter. How many of you are aware of it? So if you like, some of the things that you are passionate about, how you can try and find other groups or other people or groups that share that common interest and become a part of that group. These are all the events that you can do beyond your workspace. Join community events that you can connect with, and it's a great platform to. If you read the newspapers, you'll find information about such events. How do you get information? Of course, also on the net. But if you have the newspaper, even over there will be announcement of such events, today's engagements or forthcoming events. You look at over there, you'll have these events. How many of you have thought about joining? There are several voluntary service organizations. Any that rings a mind?
NSS.
Which one?
NSS.
NSS, yes. NCC, NSS, what else? Apart from that, there are other organizations too. NGOs. How many of you have heard about Rotary International? Rotrack. So there are such organizations, such opportunities where you can become a member, and it again opens up the world. And the USP of these organizations are they open up window not just within the country, but beyond, because these are organizations based across the world. like Rotary has its presence in 192 countries. So once you're part of that organization, you can connect with people across all those countries. You have another organization called Junior Chamber International, JCs, which the emphasis on in Junior Chamber International is on training, the development of the human personality. The emphasis in Rotary is on social service. So, you know, becoming a part of such, I was a Rotractor in 87, 88, and, you know, huge platform to connect. I developed my leadership skills through such an organization, and I learned my training skills through this organization called Junior Chamber International. So explore. There are several such organizations which are there, which are in alignment with your own interests. I'm not saying you have to join any, but where you have these common interests, and you can. There's a bikers club. One of my senior professors, a friend, but he's a very senior professor, retired from Andhra University. I won't give the name. But even at the age of 62, every year, they go out for a 2 to 3 week trip. They've been to Ladakh, they've been to Kanyakumari, whatnot, all thousands of kilometers, 5, 6 of them. It's a great platform to connect. And then when they travel, they connect with people, different bikers in the various other states. Great platform. So joining community programs, community organizations is beyond the workplace. You can have that as a strong avenue for building networking skills. Within campus, well, apart from your regular listening, conducting events, taking the initiative, organizing events, and attending those events can be a great platform for networking. Intra-college meets, intra-college fest is a great platform for connecting with people. Now, while I gave you that activity to interact with people for about 5-10 minutes, did it come to anyone's mind, or why did the start not come to how many, 20 plus participants or 22 plus participants a year or 18 plus participants a year? Nobody came to interact with me. Why did it come? Not one person thought of stepping and saying a word with, or trying to even for 2 minutes speak with me.
We are still limited to our comfort zones.
Not just still limited to your comfort zone is one aspect. Sometimes we place invisible barriers in networking. How many of you, if supposing the CEO of your organization is in a party, and it's an open party for everybody, how many of you would have the courage to go and say hello to the CEO?
Forget CEO, in their college, how many would go and say hello to the principal?
I mean, when I use the word CEO, someone at the topmost hierarchy. We place an invisible barrier and we feel that that person is not approachable, that we are not in that league, that we cannot go and say hi to that person. But if you want the strength of your network to be strong, you have to connect to people at that level. You have to get into the habit of connecting to people at that level. And it also, see, it leaves an impression on the person with whom you connect. Because not everybody is connecting with that person. So the chances of the principal, the CEO, or a senior person in the management hierarchy remembering you, because you came forward to say hi, hello, becomes very high. And so you have a permanent place in their mind. So it's an invisible barrier. Do you think if you had come to me, I wouldn't have interacted? Or did I have a no interaction board over here, no entry board over here? No. So these are some of these, barriers, imaginary barriers we place ourselves, we restrain ourselves from fully utilizing opportunities to network. Take the initiative, go, hello, one. So what? See, as I said, many a time, some wisdom points that we get from parents. So sometimes, in events, we send an invitation to somebody, and that person doesn't even attend our event. I feel a little bad. Then my dad would say, no, you shouldn't feel bad. It's our job to invite that person with respect. Our role ends over there. Manu Maryadaga valli pilchama leda. Did we call them with respect and all needed or not? Finish. Our job is done. Attending, not attending is his prerogative. We shouldn't be too concerned and worried about that. Similarly, in networking, suppose you go and connect with people, it's your job to step forward. What happens next? What is done next? No. Don't worry about that. There may be some failures, there may be somebody who might receive you well, somebody who might not receive you well, somebody who might say a harsh word. That's all part of life. That strengthens you, that steels you, that prepares you for challenges. So don't be deterred by such setbacks. Keep taking the initiative, keep meeting the important people, and your leadership qualities will also grow. Okay, so that's one. And what else? Social media, of course, is a great platform for networking. What are the other things that you can use?
Competition. Quiz competition.
Yes, various events. How many of you, you have especially, even the government conducts several events on the occasion of Independence Day, Gandhi Jayanti, and all these platforms. How many of you have heard of the Vishaka Public Library over here? How many of you have stepped into it? Okay, heard. Now I stepped into it. Okay, only two. It's a great facility that our city has in Dwarkanagar. Go step into it. And the Vishaka Public Library conducts beautiful events, several events. It invites luminaries in various fields to speak. You can become a member there so that they send you information. This week so-and-so is coming to speak, this week so-and-so is coming to speak. Okay, it may not be possible to attend all the events, but attend at least 1, 2. Once you go there, you interact with them, another great avenue to improve your networking skills. It's a great facility over there. So this is how you have to put that conscious, deliberate effort, get out of your comfort zone, not stay within your same friend circle all the time in order to develop your networking skills. Because we've been residents of Vizag from so many years, so a lot of people from Chhattisgarh, Raipur call to find out, okay, my child is having this issue or my wife is having this problem, which doctor to consult. Networking. They are not friends but acquaintances, but how they use it. And they know that, okay, we will not misguide them, we will tell them give them the right advice. But again, as such, I always take this, yes, I'm recommending to you, is good, you've heard a lot about it. The final decision is up to you. We don't want to be in a situation where tomorrow somebody who you suggested a bad. Always have that safety sentence in the end. What else was there? Some other ideas? Some creative. How many of you have participated in blood donation camps? Okay. Now we do it where? In our campus. There are also people who conduct these events, on a general outside on the occasion of certain events. Try and attend one such event, you will connect with somebody. See, always try and connect with people beyond your regular normal circle. How many of you are good at dancing?
How many of you like that?
Or like
Forget
good, like dancing. There are several such events where there are flash mobs and whatnot. How many of you have participated in that? One, only 2, 3. Yes. So did you connect with somebody new apart from your institute? Was there an occasion where you connected with somebody beyond your institute in the flash mob?
I'm not in the flash mob, but I used to attend few workshops on dance.
Okay. Did you make some networks over there?
Yeah, I know a few choreographers who came from Vietnam.
Wow. So see, a connection with Vietnam and choreographer from Vietnam, and international connection is established. Yes, events which have participation from people beyond. And how many of you like to travel? Somebody, because they said travel was one way of networking. Yes. One of the biggest avenues of learning in life and connecting with people, networking, is through travel. So take opportunities to travel. School excursions, or on your own, or as a group. Travel, it's a great platform to connect and network with people. Yeah, how many of you have been on the industrial tour? Okay. Now, fine. Networking is this is all there about networking. What are some of the things that you should be now that you move into 1245, isn't it? So, building a personal brand. I'll just to have a strong network and build this platform. There's something else what is called as building a personal brand. I'll dwell on it briefly because the session was about networking and building a personal brand, and you will have a more detailed session on building a personal brand in the afternoon by Mr. Anand Ram. So what is developing a personal brand? Because your whole structure of networking will depend on this one critical aspect, developing your own personal brand. So what's a brand?
Having one keyword associated with you.
Not necessarily just one keyword, but yeah, okay, a keyword which identifies you with that, okay. Creating a distinct identity for yourself, okay. Something that you think of, you get recalled, that connects you with that, people recall you, okay. What else?
So brand may be a reputation in a particular segment.
It could be a reputation in a particular segment, it could be the way it is packaged, the design of the product, the colors that are used. Yeah, of course, those who are into marketing will know specialization of marketing over there. Anybody over here? Yeah, so all that would go in developing a brand. But we are here not talking, it's easy to develop a brand for a physical product or inanimate object. But we are looking at developing a brand for ourselves personally. What do you think that you need to do in relation to networking, which helps in developing your personal brand?
Be credible. Be credible or dependable.
Very good. One of the key words is to be credible. Credibility counts a lot in networking. Now, that's a very powerful word. So what will come under it? How do you develop your credibility in order to develop your personal brand? What is this credibility all about? What are things that you need to do in order to be credible?
Like being genuine.
Fine, being genuine, being honest. Don't make a commitment which you cannot fulfill. Don't make a commitment that you cannot. A lot of us have this problem. Have you heard of this? Don't say yes when you want to say no. There's a book. Go and read it. Don't say yes when you want to say no. We have this problem several times. In our hearts we know that we can't do it, yet we are not able to say no. We say yes. And the other person assumes you're being truthful. You're being truthful. And then what happens? What do you do after that? How do I get out of this commitment? Excuses, delays, procrastinations, or further lies. Yeah, I'm almost on it. It'll happen in a day or two. So credibility is something that you need to be careful of. You need to. It can crash your entire network if you are not credible. What else? So credibility, very powerful thing. Make sure, even if you commit a small thing, fulfill it. If you have given a commitment to meet somebody at 6 p.m., make sure that you're on time. Building your personal brand. Punctuality goes a long way in building your personal brand. If you are delayed for whatever reason, call in advance. It has to be a very strong, valid reason. Call in advance and tell that person, I'm sorry, I'm stuck in traffic. I'm sorry, I had an unexpected guest at home, and if I'm not able to read, give me 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Or if you have to reschedule it, right? Don't take other people's time for granted. Don't think that your time is valuable and others is not. So punctuality is very important for credibility. And what else? Commitment, whatever you've done, do it. Don't look for excuses, don't look for escape route, others don't commit. Be upfront, be transparent, say, I'm sorry, I would love to help you, I would have tried to, I would have loved to contribute, but I'm sorry at this point of time, I'm overworked with other work. In the office it can happen. Your friend or colleague might ask you for help to do something. You have your own work. You know you won't be able to take it up, but you will say yes. And then relationships get affected if you're not credible, right? Okay, next, punctuality. What else?
Having genuine and legitimate experience in your field.
Yeah, having genuine and legitimate, could you elaborate on that?
I mean, if you're working just for the experience, you don't gain much knowledge on that. So
Okay.
people can't count on you to give knowledge on that.
Being reliable.
Being reliable, okay, yes, being reliable is, again, what happens is, if you're reliable, your credibility automatically will grow. Being transparent. What you see is what you get, or what you say is what you get. So, being transparent and not having a hidden agenda. That's also when we saw in that, don't have a hidden agenda. If not, don't think, oh, I am an expert in camouflaging my thoughts and feelings. One day it will come out, and when it comes out, the damage that it will do to your reputation is much, much higher. So don't look at the short-term benefits, look at building your brand in the long term. And brand building is, the two ways of building a personal brand. One is the way you dress, the way you speak, the attire, the way you walk, your body language. All these are one aspects of your brand building exercises. They are the easier ones to develop and build. But the tougher ones, but which have the greater weightage, are your personal traits of being honest, being transparent, being credible, being reliable, being trustworthy. All these things are things which are more important. Once you break the trust of somebody, don't lie. So I had this electrician of mine who is working with me from several years for my projects. He would do the electrical wiring in my apartment projects. Whenever I would call him, sometimes he said, "Sir, నేను మధురవాడలో ఉన్నాను, టైం పడుతుంది రావడానికి, ఇప్పుడు బిజీగా ఉన్నాను, మధురవాడలో ఉన్నాను, నేను ఇప్పుడు రాలేదు. I'm in Madhurwada, I can't come." So I would think, okay, he's far off, so he can't come. One day he was at my home, and he got a call from somebody else. And, "Sir, నేను మధురవాడలో ఉన్నాను, నాకు కొద్ది టైం పడుతుంది రావడానికి." And it suddenly hit me, oh my God, this guy's always been lying when he's saying I'm at Madhurwada. Here he is right at my home and he's telling on the phone I'm at. This is something that you shouldn't be doing. You start lying, one day it comes, and then the whole image that you built for yourself, the brand image that you built for yourself, will come crashing down. So this is not what we want you to do. Build a honest, transparent brand image and not lie about whatever is happening around you. Right? What else can you do to build your own personal brand?
Being accountable.
Very good. Being accountable. We all make mistakes. Things go wrong in life. Don't try to pass on the blame to somebody else. When things go wrong, own up. Be honest. Be brave enough. Be courageous enough to say, "I'm sorry. I made this commitment. I wanted to do this. I really goofed up. I messed up, and I'm extremely sorry that this happened." No excuses. Be plain, simple, clearly apologetic about it. But don't try to say, "Yeah, oh, this happened because I was expecting help from that person, or I thought you will also be chipping in, and therefore this happened." No. If you made a mistake, keep it. Don't link it with anything else. That helps too. Again, genuinely feel sorry. There is this quote, Jeff Bezos, I didn't look somewhere. Yeah, let me see, what did he say? Your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. Your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. That is the true test of your brand value. If you're in the room, people say something about you, the moment you walk out of the room, if they talk like this, so you might be laughing, but what I'm saying is, make sure that you don't fall into the same habit. Most of us do that in front of people, our tone, tenor, language, words, thoughts are totally different, and the moment they leave the room, they are totally different. Even if you have such thoughts, in polite way, or there's a pleasant way of giving feedback. And to build your own brand, you can also take feedback, seek feedback. So this is something that you shouldn't be getting into. Don't fall into this habit where you are regularly speaking behind people's back. That's all your trust, your brand image, your personal brand will fall if you speak totally different about a person in his presence and diametrically opposite in his absence. Don't fall into the trap. Better remain silent. You might have some thoughts in your mind, keep them to yourself. Or if you need to say something, say it to them. There are ways in which something which you feel might be unpleasant to the other person can be conveyed without hurting the other person. Most of the time, supposing somebody asks for our feedback, "Hey, how's this dress?" She wears a new dress and she asks a friend, "How's this dress?" And the friend will say, "Ah, Chala Bond, it's very beautiful." it's very nice, it's gone well on you. The moment she leaves the room to the other friends, Adem color, chat the color, Adem material. If you say that just 1 minute later, what is your image? So this is kind of a brand building, which these habits go a long way in damaging your personal brand. And then with this kind of a damage to your personal brand, you can never succeed in networking, in building strong networks within you. So being honest, if it is so, you can. So there's this technique which we generally use. We call it as kick. The kiss, kick, and kiss technique. What is it? The kiss, kick, and kiss technique. That means we start with a positive. When you need to convey something unpleasant to somebody else, you start with a positive. What's your name? Sumaya. Hey Sumaya, your taste in clothes is generally very good. You start with a positive, and I always appreciated your choice of clothing. But somehow I feel this particular dress hasn't really gone well with you, and I feel personally it doesn't suit you. The kick. Then you can just again end with a positive and say maybe this is a one-time aberration, and generally I'm sure. So you start with a positive, convey what you need to say, which is the negative, and again end with a positive. Then the other person won't feel so bad as if you start with straight away with a negative. So similarly in brand building also, when you need to build your personal brand, you also learn to receive feedback. You should learn to receive feedback. Constantly keep looking at how can I improve. Be honest, be genuine, be sincere and say, hey, I made this presentation. Can you give me some honest feedback about it? Because most people will talk about the positives. Very few people will give you the feedback in areas of improvement. So straight away ask her, I know, okay, please don't give me the positives. Cut out all the positives. I am not here to listen to the positives. To build my brand, I want to see how the ways in which I can improve. So that's how you need to focus on building your, you have a session in the afternoon on building your personal brand, right? Any other questions or anything that you would like to share? Now I leave the last 10, 15 minutes, 12:45, I'm supposed to close. I'll leave the floor to you for questions, your experience or something, tips, suggestions, ideas on brand building.
While they think about that, just a little bit of an explanation about the 12:45 p.m. thing. The reason why I asked him to close at 12:45 is we want to get started with the next session at 1:30. Stanantram will come here for 1:30 itself. So rather than a 1 hour break, you have only a 45 minute break for lunch. So that's why he's saying 12:45. One point that I wanted to add is what I was trying to say earlier, and since you said you'll cover it. You need to have networking also needs to be about, it's not a one-way.
One-way street, give and take, yeah, right. So it's not always seeking help, but you should be willing to give help. That's something that only then again networking will. So when it's your turn to help assist somebody, don't escape, don't avoid. You need to give some time. You have to take out some time, put in some effort, make some genuine calls in trying to help. Right? And somebody asks you to see many of us. Sometimes I see people who lie. Somebody asks for some help. I called. He was busy. He didn't answer my phone. He has not made that call. So don't do that. Again, credibility important. Genuinely try. If it doesn't happen, that's a different thing. But without trying, but we need to. Yes, as I said, very important. The bonding will be strong only if it is a two-way street. Somebody does something for you. Okay, they may not have expectation of help from you. They do it genuinely because they want to do it. They may do it once, twice, thrice. You're lucky. 3 times somebody has helped you. But that one time when that person is seeking your help, you don't do it, then they know that, okay, this is somebody who's only willing to receive help, benefit himself, but is not willing to help others. So that shouldn't be happening. So you can get it.
Regarding the credibility that you talked about, where you gave that example of saying something nice in front of the person and saying something bad, and the person leaves the room. Everybody else who's listening to you is probably laughing and agreeing with you, but in the back of their mind they have this thing that what is this person saying about me when I leave the room? right? Because you are saying something about somebody who's not there in the room. You're probably saying something about somebody else that those people also, once they don't leave the room, right? Credibility that way.
Now I want you to share experiences, some of your experiences in network, good, bad, or things where you asked for help to somebody and how you felt, and friendships which broke or came under strain because of the behavior of others. And then that's a learning. So when you feel that, we shouldn't be in that same situation. Tomorrow we shouldn't make the same mistake that we feel is a mistake made by somebody else. Yes. I'm sorry, you would have had several experiences.
Yeah, sir. Recently, last month, I went to KL University. There are a couple of international students, mostly from African countries. One girl sitting was in SAIL, in the International Business School. So I happened to be visiting with the faculty who teach that particular class. So one Ugandan girl, gone from Uganda. Apart from that, none of all the girls and boys are willing to speak with her, even though she belongs to the same class. When I talked with her, I don't know what she believes. I asked simply, do you understand who was the Idi Amin? So once upon a time, he was the dictator of Uganda. So to break the ice, I started with talking, but I did not ask her name also. So she immediately recognized, okay, I know him. This is the movie based on the real life dictator of Uganda. She talked. Initially, she did not understand what I mean to speak. So when I saw that movie clipping, see this is the movie. Yes, I immediately recognized it. Then she complained that I wish you were there to tell this classmates to talk with us, because you guys are, at least I am talking not this guy, you Indian guys are believing that you are a bit fairer skin, but when you happen to be in Europe, you will face the same kind of discrimination I am getting. Your country proclaimed that they are the good people and Gandhi came to our country and African country, but still you are the bit racist. This is something your college lecturer and students did not understand. This was her initial speech. That what I mean to say that please do not discriminate based on the color, because they carry the impression we treat them. When I saw her, when asked one same girl, it looked like a smart and fairer skin, she immediately refused to talk even with her when she belongs to the same class. The reason is problem here, they started building their own tribe and none of our Indian students willing to talk and try to understand the cultural and all learning curve is simply missing.
A very valid point that has been made. See, today we need to be very sensitive about gender sensitivity, the way we speak when women are around us, the way we speak, and not pass comments on people on the basis of their color. Have you heard of the term body shaming? Yes. So don't get into body shaming in terms of religion. Don't have these extreme views about religion. We need to learn to respect. While we can respect our religion, but we don't have to look down or bring down or show any other religion in a lesser light. So these are something. If you want to build strong, healthy networks, then you can't have totally extreme views. If you have those extreme views, then your network will be only with those people holding such extreme views. Now the skills needed, what is one of the key skills that will be needed in order to develop, because in the first slide I said skills needed to develop your networking.
Cross-cultural communication.
General communication. You need to have the ability, communication skills. That means the ability to, forget about writing, we are not even talking about writing, conversation skills. What you need to first develop is conversation skills, the ability to go and say hello to a person, the ability to speak. Now when you have these conversation skills, what are some of the key things? Is when you go and speak to somebody, be aware that you need to, what is the key thing that you need to maintain? Eye contact. Pay attention, listen, but while listening, eye contact. Don't look say something to me. Just read something from here. Something. So if I'm distracted, I'm looking elsewhere, and if somebody is speaking, no, that doesn't help. Look at the person in the eye when somebody is speaking, or if it is a group. You need to, if it's a group, a person from this end of the group is speaking, and you keep looking at the other members of the group. No. Maintaining eye contact is really important in building a bond and improves your networking connection. So maintaining eye contact and the ability. Yes, you have a question.
No, sir. Another point.
Yeah, sure. Tell me.
So I guess listening to receive and not to just respond.
Yes. So again, listening is a huge. Listening itself is a huge topic that we conduct for students. Listening skills. Listen to listen. Don't listen to respond. What's the difference? Listen to listen. Don't listen to respond or answer. What's the difference? Listening to listen. That means listen with an open mind. Open mind. Yeah, don't have any bias. Don't have any preconceived notions. Listen to whatever is coming. When you listen to respond or listen to answer, you're looking at how to counter that point, how to make a stronger point, how to make a different point, or how to show that person that the person has made a mistake. Then it is, it's biased. Your listening is biased. So listen with an open mind and be genuine when you're listening. Be genuinely interested. Don't listen pretend to listen, but genuinely listen. So these are some of the things that you need, the skills that you need to sharpen in order to improve your networking skills is the ability to. And see, how many of you consider yourselves to be shy, introverts? Yeah, so many hands are. So networking skills. Well, it doesn't mean that, but taking that initiative, going out and saying hello, and in that, how does it become easier for you to be part of conversations? What are some of the things that you can do for you to become part of conversations or have the confidence to speak in a party or a group? What are some of the things that you need to do? Why don't you speak? What holds you back?
If it's a foreign place where you know no one, like when you travel,
Okay, if
you
it's a
have
foreign
the
place, you know no one. Okay.
yeah, you have this influence.
The topic isn't related.
The topic isn't related. Okay, great. The topic isn't related. Now, how can you minimize this weakness of not being aware of several things?
Ask questions. Reading.
Reading. Reading what? Newspapers. How many of you have this habit of reading a newspaper regularly? So this is something, let me tell you from my personal experience. We've seen this, it's nothing unique to you. We've seen this across students that we teach and train, that this habit of reading newspapers is dying. I've been a reader of the Hindu from 1976. My dad, so I was in school, and he started the subscription of the Hindu from that year until today. We have been continuous subscribers to the Hindu. If today I have a fairly strong general awareness of things around me, it's purely because of my reading habit. Today I can be part of any group or any conversation. Whatever be the issue that is being talked about, I'm sure I'll have a little bit idea. I can participate in it. I may not have in-depth knowledge, but a general awareness of what is happening around us, things in various fields, a little bit of knowledge, hot things or current things we are aware of, and therefore we can be part of it. So get into this reading habit. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, okay, I'm not saying read the entire newspaper end to end, but start getting into this habit of reading a newspaper, 15, 20 minutes. The interest will come and it will go up later, but minimum of 15 minutes every day. This is a huge deterrent for all of us. We get distracted so much in this that we miss out on a lot of other things that life, value that life offers for us. So be careful and get into this reading habit. Also, when you indulge in a conversation and with the intention of networking, remember, it's not about you. Don't use that as an opportunity to sell or market yourself too much. Also be willing to let the other person speak. You will get your opportunity to speak about yourself, but if you keep on, like we saw in that case scenario, if you only talk about yourself and don't give the other person an opportunity, then you can't be a good conversationalist. Good conversationalists are people who also discover certain common things and allow the other person also to speak, and that will help in improving it. All the time you speak about yourself, The moment they see you coming, they'll turn around, avoid, run away. No, you shouldn't be that kind of person. People should come towards you, not move away from you. Right. Any other questions before we wind up our session on network? Yes?
What should we do if people that we want to network with or people that we want to surround ourselves with, if they don't take the feedback, if we are trying to give them the feedback and they're not willing
Now
to
see,
take
when,
what they are-
okay, great. When do you give feedback?
After we have established connection with them and spent meaningful amount of time with them, we have a
Thumb rule, don't give feedback unless it is asked for. That's it. If somebody genuinely wants to improve, seek feedback, they'll ask you. Then give feedback. Then the question of him or her not receiving the feedback doesn't arise. So always give feedback only when it is asked for. We have several people who have their own opinions of everything. If you start going and giving feedback where it is not asked for, it will bring down your own personal narrow. You know, they think of you as an arrogant person, someone who thinks too high of himself and he knows everything. That is the image that will get built up on you. So give feedback only when it is sought. Otherwise, don't. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Only when somebody asks, give feedback. So that's it.
How do you keep a connection with someone that is much more ahead in life and much more senior to you, and the relationship is such that you cannot do anything for them when they can? So how do you not make it seem parasitic almost?
So you can just say, so acknowledge that they are ahead of you in life, and then that you're seeking a mentorship. Then automatically, that person will be genuinely, I'm impressed with your achievements in life, or I just heard your introduction in this meeting. So after the meeting you go, because every speaker is introduced sometimes. So after the introduction is done, you can, or during the meeting, during the lunch, during the dinner, you can say, I was really impressed by your personal introduction, and I would like to seek advice on a few issues. So don't make the conversation lengthy. Can we connect some other time? Can I have your phone number? Can I have your, don't go straight away to phone number. Can I have your email? Or how can I connect with you? I would like to see, I have a few questions in my mind which I feel will be greatly helpful if I have your perspective on things. So that's, and I'm sure people would love if you to help you out.
How do you make it seem like it's worth it for them?
Yeah.
Because they're not getting anything out of it if you're being lazy.
Yeah, so see, it's the way you put it, you know. Yes, you'll have to keep trying, but you can't guarantee a result, and the sincerity, the person will also be parallelly assessing you, how genuine you are about your health. And supposing you've also interacted with somebody similar. So in the past, I've also interacted with, supposing there's a name, with so-and-so, so-and-so, then you know, that person will feel interested. Oh, already Mr. So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so spoke to her, spoke to him. So, you know, I don't want to be left out of that. But in the past also when Professor Ramakrishna had come, we had an interaction or I sought his opinion and something like that. You can connect to bring in that sense of competition for it. That is one way of you can arouse that interest. Or you can connect it to a larger issue or a larger event. What you will share with us, because we have a club and every week we have a meeting where we share these insights that we receive from other people. So I would like you to send a small write-up or a note or something like that which we can share in our meeting, and we will put it up in our notice board, insights received from Mr. So-and-so or tips received from Mr. So. Give him a larger picture. It's not that he's just sharing it and you're the only person who's going to benefit. Show him that a larger community is going to benefit. So put it that way and then he'll be interested. Okay, or I would like to print your tips in our school magazine, college magazine. You can use that. Then, you know, he'll be interested. Because, you know, everybody likes recognition that his name will come out in a larger area. Yes, you were raising your hand.
Like there is, like everyone know about Ahab, right? In Ahab there are more than 126 companies as of now. There is a issue with within the companies there is no network. The companies are coming here to get the network, but they are not interacting with even, this is the room, right? In opposite there is other company, they are not interacting to the opposite section. So from the past 1 year, me, Vinay and Sir with a few mentors, we sit together and come up with few suggestions what we can do for them to be connected. Like, I need your suggestions to make it even better. Here the case is, like, whatever connections within the startups are coming beyond the outside. Like what we call, we are conducting startup success events. There few startup founders will come there and they will get collaborate with them. Here the case is like, how worst is opposite. Like this is the one startup, opposite startup is in the web development. These guys have the requirement of web development, but still they are connecting with us, me or Vinay, for their feedback to get us to connect with them.
So how I just get to what you said. I'm sorry to interrupt. Some events or activities that you can conduct to increase the networking connection between. Put a box, empty box at the entrance, right? Lucky employee of the day or lucky employee of the week, if you want to do it once a week, every Friday. Every person who's working, write their name, the name of the organization they're working in, and drop it in that box. Evening, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., whatever, 4:30 p.m., take out 1 or 2 draws based on this thing and say, today, this week's lucky Hubite. Give a name for people who are working in Hub. Give some caption, the Hubber, whatever it is, you can brainstorm. Today, this week's lucky Hubber is so and so from this organization. And then you can ask that person, you can have a common notice board over there and say, some 2 lines about that person, that company, and put it over there. So the other people will also come to know about this particular organization, about the person working in that organization. So that's how you can build. You do it on a regular basis, more connections will happen. People will know the existence of that company. And then when somebody is in the limelight, and somebody will go and say, hey, congratulations, you won it. So it opens up an avenue for. So this is just an offhand idea that has come up. So you can have several such small. You can have the early arrival employee of the day, every day. Whoever is the first, say the time starts from say 8 a.m., 9 a.m., whatever it is, that is the cutoff. Somebody coming earlier, then we'll start from 8 a.m., 7 a.m., whatever. You have a way of recording it, try and see if you can do it. I'm just throwing general ideas, but if you can think, a lot of creative ideas will come, which will come to you. Yes, any other questions?
I have one question.
Sure.
So actually, as you mentioned, brand, building a personal brand.
Yes.
Brand is always the people's perception about us.
Yes.
In terms of networking, we are speaking about professionals. But in today's generation, like me or someone who is in business, people generally try to network with the people who are having a white collar and do black work, politicians and goons and all. So, end of the day, that reflects our brand, right? That he is linked to that particular segment of people who do that black collar work or something like that.
No, do you really need to network with politicians? You will network with politicians only if you find the need to network with politicians. Otherwise, why would I?
So not only politicians.
Okay.
In terms of people who do black collar work, maybe goons or maybe some other.
Yeah, but see, if your business needs that, that's part of your business need, but not for everybody else. That's a specific niche area that is this thing. It doesn't apply to everybody.
But still,
like say somebody is running a pub, then he needs to have those goons because you might have people who are elements who might get drunk and create trouble. So for that business, running of that business, you need to have that connection, that network. Others you don't. If it is specifically this thing, others why would I want to network? It's very expensive to maintain such relationships with politicians. You'll have to spend a lot of money.
So it will be reflecting our personal branding.
Of course it will. It will reflect your personal branding. Yes. Any other questions? That's it. Right. Wish you all the very best. It was a pleasure to be in this campus this morning and sharing my thoughts with you on branding and networking. Sorry.
Actually, don't go away. IIM students need to prove to the institute that they were here. So they will want a photograph with you.
Okay.
One more.
hiding things, they are not changing them, but they are hiding things.
చాలా బాగా
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. We'll continue with the networking session, this time with another person who has got even more experience than Praveen. And Mr. Anantram Ganapati is, for AU students, he is my senior and also from the chemical engineering department. So directly my senior, but long before he finished, he graduated before I joined. He's got, I don't know, tons of experience doing so many things that the only thing I can tell you is he's really, really good at networking. And he's got enough experience, and between him and his wife, I believe that everybody in Vizag knows them, and probably beyond. So he was on a, his wife does a talk show, by the way, podcast. Podcast. She does a podcast called Meet Meenamma. And she did a podcast on her husband just 3 days ago. On a YouTube channel. You will know more about him when you watch that. For now, I present to you Mr. Anantram Ganapati.
Thanks, David. Hi, good afternoon, guys. Let's make this as comfortable as possible, right? Please feel free to ask me anything. If you think I'm talking rubbish, tell me. Because I know you have been going through enough of Gyan. It's just that, we will probably all talk similar stuff. It's just that perspectives change. And what you guys need is that. So in a nutshell, this whole thing of networking, why do you need it as an essential in your startup? Just one word, or a couple of phrases. Why do you need it? I'm sure you all know that it is needed.
Growth to sustain.
To sustain
To growth.
To expand our ideas.
Expand, yes. Okay. Yeah. Expose no more. To sustain is at a later stage. But right now it is to satisfy a hunger. Right. You're all getting into unknown territory. Many of you. Or partially known territory with lots of thoughts and impressions and ideas. You would have gone through the internet, you would have got so much of gyan. And you are hungry for information. Right? You want to pick up whatever is available anywhere. Right? So that is basically what should be your aim. I think most of you are in a very early stage of yours. You're probably still at the stage of ideation or still trying to find an idea. Or some of you have probably discarded an idea, taken it back, hunting around. Right, so this is where, I'm going to put you through some things where I think you should look at. Right? While I'll be talking on events and conferences, I'll give you a bit of thing on basic networking, essential networking, something on relationship building. Something that, I feel very sorry for your generation. You don't believe in relationships. Or you don't understand the value of relationships. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I authored a book on that. I've been into 23 years of handling a generation, teaching and training. Divorces keep happening. A very fundamental relationship is not happening. For your parents,
spouses, children, divorces, oh God, it's terrible. So, I'm sorry, I'm very blunt when I talk, but it's just a wake-up call that relationships are very important in your business. Be selfish. Don't show it, that's all. You have to be selfish. There's a lovely book called The Virtue of Selfishness by a lovely lady called Ayn Rand. I read that way back when I was probably a student, just after I finished my studies. Why you need to be selfish? It's a virtue. Today people will tell you so many other stories, but end of the day, when two best friends go for an interview and only one job is there's no best friend. You have to satisfy that hunger for money. Right? It's like that. I'm not saying both of you are not going to give up that opportunity. Right? So, just look at it that way. That hunger has to be satisfied. Right? So, it's a human connection. See, today we are in a virtual world. You're all stuck to your mobile, you're stuck to the virtual realities. And you're not grounded. There is a real world, luckily that is still around. We grew up in that ground, and now we are thrown into this virtual ground. And we are seeing stars and planets. We don't know what they have to do about it. But remember, it is this human relationships that are very important. And that is the key to networking. You have to satisfy that hunger. Right? Social contact, professional contact, any contact with the contact. Right? So these are some of the things that you need: connections with the right people, look out for opportunities, right? Friends, not Facebook friends. You need a separate set of friends here, right? Selfish, who have vested interest. They know you have vested interest. Don't hide it, right? I see people approaching me, saying, there's that, oh, how nice of you. You are such a nice guy. Long time since we met. I know there's something up that bugger's sleeve. He's going to ask me something. And then, after about 2 minutes of all this nonsense, he says, can you take a free session? I said, you told me that in the first place. I want a free session in my college, please come and share. Why do you go through all this nonsense? Be upfront. Hey, how are you? I have interest in talking to you about this. I hope it's okay. Be blunt. People appreciate it. People appreciate it. They don't like this, background bullshit. My language is pretty bad. Yeah. So, different forms of networking, the social environment, formal, professional. Right? Liaising. Now, liaising is also a very important part where you join somebody and work together with 2 or more people. Because there are certain gaps that you have to bridge. You have to build a bridge of liaising. It could be with the government. It could be with the customs, it could be with the GST people, it could be with some professional bodies. The liaising is all very important, right? So these are, and the needs of networking at every stage is going to be different. So you have to understand at which stage I'm going to cover most of the stages, but at the founding stage where most of you are at, then there's a funding stage. Once you have your idea, then obviously you can't start anything without the money. So you go to the funding stage. Then you go into the business stage where you say, yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm ready to start my journey. Then once you start, then you have to consolidate your business. Some of you said furthering growth. Yes, that's about the last stage where you want to grow, you want to consolidate what you have, and then you want to grow what you have started. So the needs also could be different. So this is the whole list, right? Every stage has a different need. You can choose from where you want to do your networking. Okay? Customers, yes. See, customers base is something that keeps changing. Right? It keeps changing. Somebody who rejected you earlier might become your customer today. Don't. So, here is, I'll talk a little more about this customer relationship a bit later, but never forget that they are the people responsible for you to be there. So let me ask you a question here. All of you are, how many of you are still studying? Oh, all of you students, okay. MBA. Any graduates in engineers? How many of you feel you're a customer in your college? Those of you who studied in your +2 in Narayana Chaitanya will probably beat me up. You're a customer. You're a customer there. Management and faculty members don't think so. Correct, sir?
Yes, sir. We trade the knowledge.
They're not customers. You sit here, I'm going to beat your brains black and blue. Right? We exist. Colleges exist, management exists, faculty exists because there are students willing to learn. But you don't get treated like a customer. Please don't treat all customers like that. Don't take revenge. Unless that person who the customer was a professor earlier, you didn't like. But otherwise, customers are the lifeblood. They are giving us a khana pina here. Don't forget that. So network very well. They are the most important in your entire story. They are going to give you money. Right? So, industry leaders. They could be competitors. Or they could be leaders in their own right. See, industry leaders, probably people in the age of 40, 45, or even people like me. Most of you don't like people like me with grey hair and all that. But there's a reason for this grey hair. Right? We have gone through something known as experience. Right? Now, it may not be relevant. It may not be relevant in today's context. But there is a perspective that we give you. Like if I tell you learn to climb a tree, why should I? Please. Why should I climb a tree? Why should I learn to climb a tree? Tomorrow you might have to do it to save your life. Right? Like, there's the old hackneyed story, and I'll just share it with you for a minute. So there's this guy who wanted to cross a river. A very accomplished academician, PhD, lot of experience, there and all that. So he got into the boat, and the boatman was taking him across the river. And then, so this guy was a very pompous kind of a guy. So he asked the boatman, you look very nice and smart. Have you studied? He said, no, sir, I'm illiterate. I never even went to school. Ho. Really? I did this degree, I worked in that company, I have so many degrees, I have traveled all over the world, I cannot tell you the story. This guy was impressed, he said, Achha sir, badhiya. In the middle of the river, the boat started, leaking, started sinking. So, then he said, sir, degree is all fine, do you know how to swim? He didn't know, bye-bye. We are going to swim, sir. I know how to swim. I know how to save my life. You don't, sorry. All the degrees are not going to help you here. It's like that. We forget life skills in the pursuit of technical and knowledge skills. Please don't forget your life skills. Anyway, that's just so, people with experience have a perspective. Just be selfish. Take what they are there to give you. Like today. I'm going to give you something. Try and see if you can relate to it. Find a mentor. Somebody, Ahab is a wonderful place. We have so many different people from so many different backgrounds who come here, give you help, give you assistance in different areas. Look for that mentor. It could be a parent, it could be an uncle, it could be somebody who you met at a party, it could be somebody who's the head of your community. Right? Find a mentor. And believe me, you do need somebody for your startup. Please don't think that you know everything. Right? It's good to have a mentor. Your ideas are far better than mine. I know that for a fact because I've been seeing some of your pictures, I've been judging pictures. Ideas are mind-blowing. But then there are the ground realities where you'll have to start working yourself in. Right? Fellow entrepreneurs and other professionals are good. Now, while you may compete with each other, you might go into an idea sharing mode. There's nothing wrong in being professional about it. Look at a diverse customer base, maybe service providers, government authorities, traders associations, they're all, I mean, these are all the whole list. At every stage you choose whom you want, right? So for networking, I think this you've already done, right? Have you done this? The skills required to be a good networker? Yes or no?
Not in the
No?
Not in
Oh, really? Oh, good, that's put it. Okay. Listening. Again, a generation which doesn't like to listen. We're also like that. So listening is basically the most difficult task. You all know it from your Sanskrit and chemistry classes. Right? I love chemistry, so that's why I went on to become a chemical engineer. But I understand why people don't listen. And now with the mobile also invading the space, it will become even worse. Right? You have to listen well. Right? The art of negotiation. See, you are looking for everything at the best price, right? So you should be able to negotiate. You might have to negotiate a relationship, you might have to negotiate with a supplier, you might have to negotiate with an employee, you might have to negotiate with a customer. So, negotiation techniques, I think we do it later, but I'm just telling you, it's a very important skill. You have to be emotionally intelligent, what we call as EQ, which is superior to the IQ. What is an EQ? What is EQ? What is emotional quotient? What is emotional intelligence? How can you be intelligent emotionally? Anyone? What do we mean by an emotionally intelligent person when it comes to networking? Emotional support. Understanding the other person's emotions and correlating it with your own.
Empathy.
Empathy, very good, yes. A very important part of emotional intelligence is empathy. Very good, yes. You have to empathize. Why a customer wants something or doesn't want something. You know? So you have to be emotionally intelligent. And for that, you have to be strong mentally. You know? It's like a buffalo skin. Because you see so many rascals across the 40 odd years of experience that I have. You see very good people, you have seen such. People from the gutter. You have to deal with them. Could be a supplier, there's one, there are at least 3 people who said that they're going to kill me. I said, I don't come. I'm not going to come. You come, you want to kill me, you come and kill me. To the supplier from Delhi. I said, I don't. Dekh lenge. But fellow said, I'll get your life in imprisonment. I said, chalo. Case Supreme Court, High Court, jata hai udhar. So, you know, you have to see, you guys are emotionally a little weak. Build that resilience. You know, it's very, very important. You know, you have to be very tough. Like you're tough with your parents, no? Be tough with the others also. We don't like to listen to our parents, and I don't blame you. Because they come with all ridiculous ask and demand, marry this fellow, marry that fellow, do that bullshit. No. Get that thick skin here first. Because you have to, in life now, you have to deal with so many people. Your teachers, your professors, your principals of colleges. Customers can be very rude, believe me. And you can't take out a chopper and beat that fellow. So you love to. What? So that emotional intelligence, please build up that sense of your own emotions. Keep them under control, keep them under check. And develop a wonderful sense of humor. You are an idiot. Of course I am here. So you would like to beat that fellow, laugh it off. That fellow will get even more angry. So you have to build up the small sense of humor. Look at the lighter side, the funny side of everything that you do. Believe me, people love this in society. They love it in networking. When you are, hey, bindas guy. That's what you need to be branded as. He's a bindas fellow. Chalo. Arey, let's have a drink. Chalo. You might have never drunk in your life. Chalo. No, I don't drink. I get up at 6 o'clock. I do Sandhya Mandaram. I do puja for 3 hours. They will exclude you. You don't have to drink. I'm not telling you. I'm not advocating alcohol consumption here. I'm just telling you. You can go there. You can still have a soda. I have so many friends who just have a soda. Everyone is probably drunk out of their senses. But this guy keeps sipping on a soda. But he networks well. Right? I mean, so you have to pick up that small skill, a sense of humor. Some very easy tips to follow to listen actively. Active listening is actually going beyond hearing, converting what you listen. It's a mental process. Look at the non-verbal gestures of people, asking questions. Now, when you are looking at me, do I think you're listening? No. Looking at me is not listening. How do I know you're listening? You reciprocate, when you respond, when your body language is there, when you don't go to sleep in a classroom. Teachers and trainers forget this. They will scan and they'll give one. They'll go through slide after slide after slide after slide. Then what happens? After 1 minute, it's gone. Pressing it. Listen to respond, not to react. They say listening is the best form of flattery. When I take a class, I find most people don't sleep. And then I said, what did you learn? Nothing, sir, we like looking at you. I said, thank you. But yeah, it's a good way to pay that little extra attention. Put your preconceptions aside. If you know a 75 or 80-year-old man is going to come and give you a class, what do you do? One more old fart is going to come and clean that thing. Come, sit there. I had this experience in my college, very embarrassing for me. So the students were running a guest lecture, and I said, okay, I was the principal of the college, and I said, you guys find whom you want. So they went, hunted, they formed one guy with a very impressive biodata. On paper, tiger, super guy. I said, great, call him. And because he was coming and get such an impressive profile and a rather reputed name, they were all excited. Obviously, at the college, I was excited. The nice guy is coming. We got some nice memento to give him. We honored him. We canceled all classes, put everybody in one room to listen to him. And he started. And he didn't stop. He was talking crap. Absolute rubbish. Not even relevant to what he was supposed to talk. He was supposed to talk for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And he went on. He hadn't finished the introduction in 15 minutes. And then he started some rambling. He started what to do? These rascals were students, no? Slow clapping, they started. Embarrassing. So I started tickling my family. I said, "Very control those idiots." And I sent my faculty, they managed to silence a few, but that guy didn't get the hint yet. I sent him a message also, "Sir, your time is over, please close your speech." No, he won't stop. He went on for almost 45 minutes or maybe 1 hour, I don't know. And then anyway, we gave him his bouquet, his memento, and sent him off. And then all the students said, "Sir, why do you brought such a fellow?" I said, "I didn't bring. Your committee brought. The students, committee brought them. Talk to them." And then I said, "No, it's okay. Whatever happened has happened. But it was a wonderful lecture." He said, "What nonsense are you talking?" I said, "I learned a lot." "What did you learn, sir?" I challenge you, tell me. I said, how not to give a speech to your I learned that. So I changed the whole way that I taught, the whole way I trained from that day. Because the fellows won't listen, what's the point of standing here? Yeah? No. So everything is a learning experience. Take it that way. You are all at a very young stage. As you grow older and older, we have more and more mental barriers. At least now you are generally, right, sir? So these are the aspects of emotional intelligence. Your personal competence, what you are good at. So you should be aware of yourself. Be very clear. I am this. I am good at this. I am not good at this. Please be very clear of your strength, your weakness. Right? Manage yourself, your emotions, your attitude, your behavior, everything. That is your competence. And then, of course, your social competence. What is your social competence? How you behave in society. Now, for me, this has become a very big part of my life today, because society has changed. I have to be relevant to the current generations. I should be aware of what is happening in society. So unless I am socially aware, nothing is going to happen. So I have to build up my social competence, because my relationships again depend on that. So you see, this whole circle is something that you have to manage to be emotionally competent. As I told you, it's a very important skill. I keep talking more and more about it. Look at the lighter side of life. We have enough of trauma, we have enough of nuisance, we have enough of negativity around us, right? The wars, with gender biases, with negative comments of people, negative circumstances, rapes, all kinds of distressing news, and our wonderful media floods us with it. And to add to our misery, we have WhatsApp University also. They also flood us with all how somebody cut somebody else's head, how much blood came out. Even movies are there like that. We have enough of negativity around us, right? So develop the skill to see, to laugh at something. Laugh, and where does laughing at something start? Tell me. How do you look at the lighter side of life? How do you, not a self-deprecation. Laugh at yourself. Hey, this watch of mine? Hey! Nobody will tease you thereafter. I'm bald, yeah, I love it. See, you don't need a flash for your camera. It's a natural flash, my bald head. No, like small things like that. Just look at the lighter side of life. Yeah, anything. It could be anything. Thin fellow, fat fellow, bald fellow, tall fellow, short fellow. I'm short, so what? I had one 4 foot, that guy worked in 5 feet. I don't know, I'm shorter than that. He walked into my class to do a training session. And my students were not pretty, we had quite a few big hulky fellows. And all were at least taller than this fellow. He was only what? Yeah, he came completely below my shoulder. Still like that. Excellent trainer. And he walks into this room and he gets saying, who's the joker? But when he started, their hair stood up on end. Full of dynamism, full of josh. And very jocular, nice fellow. So, see, find ways to add that laughter and humor. At home, at work. Start it at home with your parents, with your brother, with your sister. You've done all the naughty things. Right? But now look at the other things. Try to. It's not easy, huh? Not easy. Very tough. It's very, very tough. I've also learned it the hard way. But at least I have a bit of a sense of humor, so I could do it easily. But for many of us, it's shedding an ego. So you guys don't have too much of it right now, so just add this little bit of laughter, fun, without hurting the other. Don't hurt. So do it for yourself. Just do it for yourself. Laugh at yourself and present yourself as that kind of a person in society. So it's a nice statement made by he says, networking is like farming, not hunting down something. Farming from what is available. I loved it, so I thought I should share this with you. So, then, he says there's a VCB model, the visibility, right? How you interact, how you acquaint yourself. Your credibility, which is very important, by meeting commitments, being reliable in what you offer. Then, of course, it should be a win-win situation, it should be profitable, and it should be something for that long term. Right? Just to tell you what is not networking. Following somebody, getting likes on their Insta might earn you some money, but that's not really networking. Right? Sharing basic, like when you try to find out somebody's information online, you get very, very basic information. That's not enough. If you under serious networking, put your entire profile. Have the guts to put your entire profile. People should know who you are. Right? Consistency in meeting and interacting. It's very important. Right? Don't treat it as some one-off kind of a thing. You need a win-win situation. Right? This is reference, recommendation, all that. See, networking is a very long exercise. Right? These are not very short term. Please make sure that your networking is long term. So some reasons why you should network. I think this you might have done most of it. Yes? Huh? You might have done most of this. Okay. I'm not going to spend too much of time on this. Any questions, anything that you want to comment on this? This, in today's context, this is what is most important, Oh, this is what is here. Access to resources. That's very important. Because this is where the whole thing lies today. There are so many new tools and technologies available. Every day you find something new, something interesting. Right? Get that access. Like, the Zoom platform. It's been there for many years. But the pandemic, is where, Zoom woke up and we all woke up. It was a totally new thing for all of us. We also didn't know much. Today, for all of you, I think many of you had your classes on Zoom during the pandemic. Right? And most of you hid behind with your video off mode, doing your own thing at home, didn't listen to the classes. I've attended many sessions, I know what happens. So I also did that. I also attended some seminars, webinars. I just a 3-hour webinar. You know what I was wearing? My lungi. And a nice shirt at top. What is visible is only my shirt and my coat. Na? And I was sitting in my house. And my wife said, "You're addressing an international webinar." I said, "Yeah, so what?" She said, "The lungi." I said, "So what?" Let me be comfortable in my house. At least I'm doing my job. Na? So, well, that was a good experience. And actually that has created so much of business growth, so much of additional networking opportunities. The webinars and all that have come. Today, we have 10,000 webinars every day. this is also the other important. Getting leads. Look at it because your leads are very important. Please look at lead generation. This is another. So suppose you have a webinar. Let me give you a small exercise, right? And say I'm going to do the webinar about this product and I want all of you to attend. So you have 100 people attending your webinar. How many do you think you will convert into a customer? I'm going down drastically in the funnel. It's a funnel, I'm sure all of you know that. Out of 100 to 20, 1 or 2. It's only 1 or 2. 20 is a fellow who might stay till the end. And this is how we have experienced, I'm telling you. So, if you convert 1 or 2, it's great. So, if you want 20, you have to do 1,000. That is the scale. The funnel is very, very narrow, filter. Be very, generating leads, it takes a lot of sweat, a lot of work, right? So that is why your network must be as big as possible and not easy to sustain these networks. How do you keep in contact with these people? You know, there are technologies for that also. So coming down to what we actually wanted to discuss today, some of the events and conferences where you can network. Let's go through it. In a conference, where you have a keynote speaker, he's going to give you some gyan. Right? He's going to share his perspective. It could be a half day, it could be a 3-day. It could be on a specific topic, it could be on diverse topics, it could be on climate, it could be on energy, it could be whatever. Which is the time that you will do your networking during a conference? Come on.
Break.
Q&A, okay? In the break, yes. Coffee break, but people are normally, they'll just say hi, we'll exchange your visiting cards at most, or exchange contact numbers, and it's over there. During the conference, when the lecture is going on, it's a good time. You'll find 1 or 2 guys, who vibe with you, you sit with them and play games. Arey time pass kare, bore kar rahe ho. The boring lecture, so let us do some time pass. That's a good, I've developed a very good contact that way. Right? You cannot, if you want to listen, you can. If you don't want to, also you can. You need the right partner next to you. Right? But when you have these conferences extending beyond a day, suppose you're all in a resort, you're all in some place, it's an outbound kind of an activity. The best time to network with people and to show your true self is when you do these outbound activities. You have a dinner together, you have a drink together, you sit by the poolside somewhere, go together for a swim, go for a breakfast together. In a conference, that is the best time. Right? Don't spend too much of time on the lunch or dinner or the tea breaks. Get this exclusive time wherever possible. That's a good time during a conference. Trade shows are good, where related people exhibit their products. You can go stall to stall, you can pick up all that, see what products interest you. Different trades have different shows. You have refrigeration, air conditioning, energy, whatever. You can have a trade show. A seminar again has a multiple number of speakers who come. Again, this could be a day long, half day long, it could be a 3-day activity, like a conference. But more people are giving out their gyan. And believe me, sometimes, well, I would say 8 out of 10 times, not sometimes, 8 out of 10 times, you'll find that what that guy is talking is what you probably already know. Right? And probably you are going to get all the material in hand for you to read up later. Some are impactful, it's worth attending. Some are probably not really not worth attending. Sometimes you will find in these seminars parallel sessions going on. So you have to decide which session you want to attend. They all go on simultaneously in some of these bigger seminars. So then you have to see what really interests you. And if you like this, stay here, or jump on to the other one. Right? Then there are workshops. These are actually useful ones, where you have hands-on activity. Right? You work in a team. Right? You work in with something to do, not just listen. Workshops are very good events where you can network. Because you have like-minded people. I mean, they are there for a reason. Everybody is paid. The reason why you pay a good amount of money for many of these programs, why? A good amount of money. Why do you pay that kind of money? Do you know? It doesn't cost that much. Why do you pay?
To develop a contacts which otherwise not.
That is one. To find like-minded people. See, if you put everything free, no? They won't know the value. Right? And then they are coming free is over. So that is why people charge. And the more you charge, no, the better crowd you get. Seriously. Vizag may be a bit of an exception. People here don't want to pay for anything. But yeah, you go to places like Bangalore or Bombay, mid-80s, yeah, somewhere in the mid-80s, the Taj at Bombay had a meal for 2 people. I'm talking of 1983, 84, 85, that time. A meal for 2 at the Taj Palace. You know how much it cost in those days? Oh my God. How much do you think it would have cost? When people used to earn, like when I started working around that time, my salary was 800 to 900 rupees a month. How much do you think that meal cost for 2 people? Take some random place. 10,000. 10,000 rupees. Way back in 1983-84. And there was a waiting list for 3 months. Because it was an exclusive dinner. So people hankered after it. And there was a queue of people waiting to have their dinner at the Taj for 10,000 rupees for a couple. So that is what exclusivity is. Like, why would you buy a Rolls Royce or a car for 10 crores here or 5 crores, so Maybach and all that? Come on. It's a status symbol, that's all. Right? You guys are not there. I'm just telling you how these things work. Right? So people charge high just to see that what is the, obviously when you pay, you get a better deliverable from people. And you also you expect. That's what we thought, you know, when we pay 1 lakh in Narayana Chaitanya, we're going to get into IIT. Right? That is the aura and myth that is created. They're paying so much, so I'm going to see my son or daughter in IIT. See, that is the dream, the bubble that is created. And parents still succumb to it. Students also succumb to something known as IIT IIMs. I am the best fellow in the market. Do you know that they are the people who are the most depressed today? They burn out. A guy from IIM Bangalore told me. Sir, after 1 month, I couldn't tolerate the pressure. I just left my job. I was getting some 3 lakhs per month or something package.
No, recently a CA girl died because of the overwork. CA, understanding EY. Their chartered accountant died because of the work pressure and she died.
It's not easy.
It's not
It's not easy, friends. Have meetups, casual, formal, informal, whatever you want. Right? You have industry-specific events where all the people of your industry are meeting. Right? You can have a mixed networking events. Breakfast and lunch meetings are good to network. Breakfast, I always prefer the breakfast meetings. Do you know why? When you want to network and meet somebody, try and get into a breakfast meeting, not a lunch or a dinner. Cocktail meeting is again good. I'll tell you why. But before that, why is breakfast good? It's more business-like. Nobody will waste time. Everybody has their own agenda for the day. Okay, let's meet at Sailam Parlor or some barista or some cafe coffee day for a cup of coffee. It doesn't cost much also. You have to throw one sandwich at most. Just some cookies and coffee. Hello, baat karenge. Half an hour may go into 1 hour or 2 hours also. You can have a second round of coffee also. You still won't fill your pocket. But everyone is fresh in their mind. So try to get into breakfast. You call him home for breakfast. Doesn't matter if he's somebody who's well known and your parents or your spouse tolerates that person. Say, okay, hey, let's have a dosa or idli in my house, come. But it's business. So the mind is fresh, uncorrupted at that time of the day. It's good. End of day is also good, as I told you. Right? Because when we take in some alcohol, right? You don't have to drink, but if you give your client or your customer something, he will start talking more. That's one beautiful quality that alcohol has. Right? Which no other, no drug, no cigarette, nothing comes close to the alcohol. So generally people are very relaxed. It relaxes the muscles in the body. And people feel comfortable, but make sure it doesn't cross 2 pens. So after that it becomes uncontrolled. So you have to know where to cut that off. But by that time the fellow will start spilling out all the secrets. Now, if you want a competitor to tell him what his business plan is, take him out for a drink and you'll get all the gap. I think I'm talking excessively about alcoholism. Anyway, but I'm just telling you, this is the reality. I don't like to go around too much. I'm giving you reality, and and even just a beer is good. I'm just telling you that generally people feel comfortable in those kind of environments. But don't go to a noisy place. Don't go to sit in a pub where music and dance and pole dances are happening. You don't need that, right? You're there for business. Remember, your focus must be very clear. You can go social, I'm not saying no. But when you want to talk business, go to a nice place. Where you can talk at length. Go to a quiet place. Just sit on the beach if required. Webinars, of course. I don't have too much of faith on webinars. Except for the fact that, you come across probably 5 or 10 minutes of real impactful thing out of that 1 hour or 1.5 hours. There's a 5 or 10 minutes which is really impactful. So sometimes it's just worth attending. Put the webinar on, put on your earbuds and walk around. If there is something interesting, then you can go and just listen. That's what I do with many of my webinars, which I'm attending, not addressing. Yeah. There are many online communities. Please start joining those communities. Because there is a lot of knowledge sharing that happens in serious, there are many serious communities. So if you find that, you always have the option to join or not join. But these are some very good events, conferences, places where meetings can happen where networking can happen in a fairly decent manner. Right? Some do's and don'ts. See, before you go for a networking session, try to learn as much of or pick up as much of information as you can about the people. You know, when I go, I do online interviews for the students, and I find that they all want that huge packages, but they don't know a damn about the company that they're applying to. They don't know Geeta? Yes? No one? No one? No one. Okay. So currently I'm doing some interviews with them. And I've done it for IIT and IIM students also. So they come with a very clear agenda of what they want. But you ask them, okay, what are you going to give? See, if you want a job at Microsoft as a software engineer, or you want to join Accenture, or you want to join a big company, what do? You find out about their problem areas, right? You should know what is their reputation in the market. You should know what is happening. Research about that company. So when you're going to meet a friend or somebody who you want to meet, what do you do? Tell me. You want to meet Anantaram Ganapathy. Let's leave everything else aside. For some reason you want to meet Anantaram Ganapathy. Because you saw him somewhere in some stupid lecture in some crazy environment in Ahava. Right? Now you want to meet me, suppose. I'm just using myself as an example. So you just come. You may just come. I will also just come. We'll do that, we'll have a cup of coffee, we'll share some and go. But if you had gone into my profile, if you had looked at my core competencies, if you had looked at my experience, would your meeting not have been more fruitful? So please make this as an essential before you network with people or companies. Pick up company profiles. Pick up their balance sheets. Pick up who their core employees are, maybe their advisory board. Talk to people who have worked in that company. Right? And if there is this one person whom you are going to meet, read about him. Just put his name. Believe me, you can get enough information about anybody in the world if you know the right name of the person. LinkedIn is there. That is the best source for professional information. Most good professionals are on LinkedIn. Just join LinkedIn. How many of you are not there on LinkedIn? Good, all of you are on LinkedIn. So boost up your own profiles first. So people must hunt you out. Right? Suppose you have a startup on, say, sustainable vacation. We talked about that yesterday. Right? Eco-friendly destinations in the world. Something like that. Put that in your profile, somebody will find you. Right? So make sure that your LinkedIn profile is really good and impactful. So that's how you hunt out people. Approach people whom you don't know. Doesn't matter. That person doesn't want to meet you, he'll tell you, sorry, I don't want to meet you. Right? But you be the one to initiate it. Make that purpose clear right from the beginning. I'm telling you that, make it. Make sure, sir, I would like to meet you. This is my agenda. Can you give me 10 minutes of your time? Don't ask for, sir, can I have 2 hours of your time? Nobody will give you 2 hours of time. Tell them, sir, 10, 15 minutes of your time. That might go on for 1 hour or 2 hours. But don't give a big ask in the beginning. You have to engage that fellow for that first 5 to 10 minutes. Like in an interview, the job interviews, go on as long as you want it to. How impactful you are in the first 5 minutes. If that employer is interested in you, that interview can go on for half an hour to 1 hour. If he's not interested in you, you say thank you very much, he will get back to you. Means he'll never see his face again. Right? So just remember that. Don't hesitate to reach out to younger minds. Yeah, that's the problem that some of us have. Yeah. Even you guys, maybe a junior in your college, maybe somebody who's just trying, you have all finished your MBAs, you might find somebody, a spark of an engineer at the front. They may know much more than you do. Don't ever think you know everything. Have a diverse network. Give first. Always be ready to give. Don't think that, that fellow selfish fellow. Give, no? So that's why I give Gyan. Give Gyan, give. You take it or not is your problem, na? Be genuine and authentic. Right? One of the don'ts of networking is the main thing is, when you meet people, you want to start, sir, thank you sir for coming. Sir, I want to talk to you about my project. Break the ice. How do you break ice? You're going to meet that person for the first time. You're going to discuss, you also know that you're going to discuss your startup proposal. He knows he's going to benefit from it. You know you're going to benefit from it. You're meeting that person for the first time. Tell me, come on, you give me your strategy now. How will you start that meeting? Don't think. You take a 2-minute break. Yeah, tell me. How will you start that meeting? Come on, go on. You're meeting that person, a senior person, for the first time to discuss your startup proposal, which you know is going to benefit him, which you know you're going to benefit from by knowing him. How will you start the meeting? Remember, you initiated the meeting. You have gone into, let's say it's a breakfast meeting, or he has called you to his office, he or she. You go to that office. What next? How will you start the meeting? Come on, go on. Let your mind.
First, you will be having good gestures towards the person.
We'll have a small talk.
What is, yeah, very good. What is small talk?
Talk about the weather or the
Yes.
office, you compliment the
Right.
office.
Yes, yes. Very good. Can you give me an example? Yeah, we can talk about weather. Oh, the Vizag weather. I never thought it was going to rain today. It disrupted my plans. I came in soaking wet to your meeting. I'm sorry. Weather. Small talk. Oh, lovely curtains. But I love your office. Nice. Small thing, icebreakers as they call it. You have to start off the conversation nicely. And then what do is either he or you, one of you. Sir, if you don't mind, can we start off our discussion for the day? Oh no, of course, come on, let's start. Take permission. That's it. Even when you make a call, take permission. Sir, is it a good time to talk to you? Say yes, then you talk. Always take permission. It's a very important part of networking and talking to people. Don't start directly. Suppose there's a connection, you have come through some connection, saying, sir, you are referred by so and so. I'm grateful to that person. He was my past employer, or past employer's contact, whatever. Right? When you're talking, there's a group of people, obviously It's very difficult to engage with all people, talk to only one person. But here is a mistake. When you're in a group, it's very difficult to talk. I want to only talk to her, but there are also others in the meeting. I know she is giving me the most valuable responses. But they're not idiots sitting there. Nah? So be very careful of this. Sometimes we focus our attention like this, ignoring other people. So I must also look at you, I must also find out if you have something to say in the matter. Maybe you have. I made this mistake actually in one of my job interviews, as late as in 2003. I went into this room, I was going to change into a job, and there were two people. There's one guy like me, nice grey hair, specs, solid personality guy sitting, and next to him was this short fellow. Right? Short, very inconspicuous, nice fellow, sitting next to him. And questions were coming in, but I was only looking at this gentleman to answer. I rarely gave a glance to the guy sitting next to him. His questions were good, but somehow I don't know why. I didn't look too much. I was just looking back at his experience. I got that job. And it turned out that that short fellow became my boss here. He was a great tiger here. He made our life miserable for 7 years. Very tough guy. IIM type, very nice person, very tough guy. So he was the guy who was going to give me the job, not the guy in the middle. The guy in the middle was his, well, in designation wise, he was reporting to the short fellow. So, sometimes we can misunderstand these things, Our attention, so be very careful in group conversations. Make sure everyone is involved. In networking, we tend to ignore certain people. And I've seen many men, because of their, you know what an MCP is? I don't know. What chauvinism is? MC, male chauvinistic pig. Men are pigs when it comes to women. They ignore women. What does she know? And you only talk to the guy in the group. You don't talk to the women in the group. It's a very bad habit that men have. Be very careful. Women are as knowledgeable, if not more than us. Right? Don't be afraid of initial rejection. Somebody will say, hey, don't waste my time. We are all likely to face that. It's okay. Thank you so for your time. After 1 month, you again go, sir. Array, you are wasting my time. No, sir, I have something better to talk to you. Can you give me? See, you have to be persistent. Like the guy who sells the life insurance policies. I don't know, you might not have experienced. You should come across this fellow, oh my God, it's such a pain. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Now, this is another problem that your generation has. What is that? When you go for job interview, who asks the question? The interviewer. No, you also ask now. You're not scared. Don't be scared. At the end of the interview, when you finish, sir, if you don't mind, could I ask you a few questions? First, sir, what would my role be? Who are the people I would be reporting to? Who will the people reporting to me? Now, what kind of a career growth can I expect? Ask, no? Don't ask for salary. The biggest pit you can dig in an interview. Sir, how much is my CTC? We'll let you know. The moment you ask that question, you're out. Trust me. Trust me. Whatever position it is, let that question come from that end. You don't put that in. You don't say, sir, how much can I expect? That is, you're digging a grave. You'll never come out of it. I'm telling you. I see this very often. That's why I'm telling you this. Same thing in your networking also. Ask those relevant questions. Sir, will you become my customer? Sir, please sign this contract. Don't put it across. He must want your product. The customer must want you. Wow, that is great, I'm going to save. Show him the savings. Show him the benefits that he's going to get. Take a break now? Another 5 minutes? Yeah, just finish all this. Don't get into controversial topics. What is happening in the Tirupati Laddu? Sir, you want a network? You want to create a friendly atmosphere? Sir, what do you think of the ghee? Sir, do you think it was contaminated with fish or beef or pig? People don't like religion. People don't like politics being discussed. There are interviewers or people who will trap you also with these questions to assess your attitude. Hey, what do you think of Chandrababu Naidu? 3 months, you think 100 days he's done something? Huh? You might be pro-BJP, you may be anti-BJP, you may be pro-Congress, you may be anything. You may be the Yuva leader for BJP in AP. But, oh sir, I'm sorry, something I would really not like to talk about. Just exit, don't. Because it's a trap question. They don't want an answer. They are trying to test you and your attitude. Please be very careful of these trick questions. Right? Gossip. They love to drive people to gossip. Now you started one startup, somebody was your mentor, you changed your mentor. You go to somebody else. I think this fellow was mentoring you. What happened? Oh, that fellow was a useless fellow. He wasted 1 year of my life. 2 lakhs I lost because of him. Now those 2 fellows are good friends. They are chatti buddies, or whatever. Then what do? You are finished. A lot of people have tried that. Like, they come to me for an interview. I'm the principal of a college. And then I find them to be really horrible. Or somebody left me. And then somebody calls me and says, hey, you know this person, and that person goes there and says, oh, I worked in that college, the principal is a useless fellow. It happened to me also. So, this is where we play, this is gossip. This is gossip. Right? They will talk about past employers, past mentors, and if you have one bad word about them, you might have 100 bad words about them, but don't put it out to somebody. It's a dangerous behavior. Sometimes, we forget to call back, we forget to message, we forget to condole people also, sometimes. If somebody is not well, say a customer is not well, or your mentor is taken in. Just be nice about it. We'll do it a bit later on that. Think of the long term. Build up old connections. So this is one area that you people are really not ready for, the spontaneous conversation. To indulge in spontaneous conversation, what do you need? You go to a social event, or you go to a conference or a seminar. What is the spontaneous conversation there? Something relevant to the industry. Right? You should know what is happening. I was reading about something which I never heard of on my way here to this class today. I never come across that before. I said, no, when I'm going to talk about it, I should know something about it. So, you always must be aware of what to talk. Even if it is the weather. So, you should know the weather forecast. If you're going to talk about weather, then you talk about the weather forecast for the next 3 days in Vizag. You should be able to talk about it. So you start the topic, know enough about it. So for that you need a lot of general awareness. So read up. Whatever is happening in the market, just read up about it. Like Sensex. Right? Sensex has a major bearing on our life. Right? How our funds are doing. Suppose you are in the financial sector. You need to know what the Sensex is. Like that. Be persistent, be patient. Your contact information must always be with them. Could be in the form of a card, which most people throw away. But at least exchange a phone number, make something available to that person. And you know that fellow is not interested, Don't hammer him or her up. Oh, thank you, sir. Now I've seen sometimes we sit in a meeting and that fellow is not listening to us, he's only on his phone. You know? Obviously you are getting irritated. You know she's not listening to you. What do you do? Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your time today, sir. Can we meet on another day? Nicely, sweetly get out. That person will understand. Because why should you waste your time? Right? Follow up, as I said, is very important. Don't do this ego massage. Sir, your profile is so good, sir. Never get anybody better than you. You could be talking to Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, I don't care. There's no need to massage anyone. If somebody massages your ego, feel good. But don't get fooled by it, eh? That fellow wants something else from you. Hey, how are you, Usha? Hey, looking so beautiful today. After 1 minute, I want 1 lakh rupees. Don't give me. That's all the ego massaging that goes on. That's why people don't come to me so easy. I don't massage anyone. Only cricket. If they show it up, I just have my pin ready to burst a balloon. Don't connect only when you need something and forget about it. Once you narrow a contact, remember it's a long term thing. Don't use it only being selfish. Be selfish, but also, be nice. Wishing them on some occasion. Artificial, don't show your fake side. Instant doesn't. Now again, you all want instant gratification. The FOMO and all that. No, doesn't work in networking. Keep it up. The result will come persistently. Follow up, it will come sometime. Don't overly self-promote. This is one, I don't know. This is one thing that I keep questioning and not got a right answer. Why do people, most of the time when I go driving, I think people take selfies. At every place. What do people do with these selfies? What do you do with the selfies? I don't know. Do you post them somewhere or do you look at it and feel good? Or do you send it to your friends? I don't know what happens to these selfies. I think it's just people looking for some kind of gratification that hey, you look beautiful, nice dress, beautiful necklace, oh you look so handsome, 6-pack, 16-pack looks good, whatever pack. I know, all kinds of I'm not blaming you, but I'm just curious. But this sometimes people get irritated with this over promotion. Be nice about it. Don't monopolize the conversation. Right? And don't go by social media impressions. To be just the wrong person altogether. So we'll take a short break. We'll catch up in another 5-10 minutes. Yeah. Have a glass of water.
కన్సల్టెంట్ అందులో వచ్చేస్తారు సార్
Too boring. Thank you sometimes. You already have the team? Or any of you are working on related projects? Or is that one? All of you are in one.
V6 are working for Smart Indian Hackathon on alumni portal, to develop alumni portal for universities.
Okay. Any other such groups here?
No, sir, those are IIA students.
You have a common problem?
So regarding?
Your startup or your ideas? They seem to have something.
He was asking if you guys have formed any teams for any problems or any ideas or something like this.
Those people are from business, but they want to run networking.
So we have an existing business.
All of you or only you?
Me, only me.
But they know something about it?
Yes, sir. She and Arvind, they came for internship for there.
Okay. Good. So you can be one group, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the business?
So tech.
Tech.
Yes, sir. We are service vendors for CCTV surveillance camera.
Okay.
And related stuff. All type of IT material.
You guys are just building a software for alumni networking. Okay. Computer science. All of them. Classmates? Which year are you? Fourth year? Oh, you just come to this. More difficult area to be. Keep updating yourself all the time. They are only keeping outdated shit. Andhra University College of Engineering, Chemical Engineering. Oh, super. That is my department then. Yeah, I was with, yeah, I was with VIPS, Champions Professional Studies. It's a 3P year. ICFA, we are a national college, business school. So I was the regional head for Andhra Pradesh. We had 16 captains, 16 principals reported to me. And then, yeah, so I was principal, I was regional head for AP. I was the dean of the Alvanda group. The dean of academic management. For the engineering, management, politics. Business school. I thought I was teaching IIM. Even recently I took employment for IAS, marketing. Then GEMS B school, taught me some sometimes. I think management. I've not gone to teaching engineering subjects because I've lost touch with engineering. And I can't teach engineering. I can practice. I'm more a practitioner to projects and production. I don't know about petrochemical polymers yet. I've done projects in that. Like there was that leak, no? The vapor leak, 7th May 2020. So that was the plant that I worked in. So actually I was called at that time, government committee. So all media was talking a whole lot of rubbish. So I did a couple of returns on that. So dispelled a lot of myths of people. Software and I don't get along very well. Well, I just actually, one is, even by the time I decided to start learning it, something has changed. I said, well, what's the point here? At this age, I don't need to get into the hardcore. I know what happening, some Cobra, what Python, there's some shampoos there. I don't know what all those are, but yeah. I know there are some apps. I know Python is something that is fed. I don't know, that's only I own it or not, I don't know. Hey, what is the R program? Is it different from, is it beyond C, C++ or is it different? Oh, but it's a software, isn't it? Programming language, no? I find it should be the most popular snack, moong dal. And I don't know how people have actually got addicted to that. I see that all over the place.
Well, you know, not many choices. We have our own moong dal over here from Andhra Pradesh. Done differently. These days of
Haldiram, no? Everywhere, every street corner, this is 5 rupee packet, and they're in every garbage tray.
Yeah, because one the small
I know. One tablespoon.
So if you take this, normally you have
50, yeah?
Right, multiply it by 10, 50 rupees. You go to the shop, 30 rupees, 100.
Cost benefit analysis.
25 and 35, you get the 100 grams.
That's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
So we all are from IIM. Other than AU guys. Oh. So you guys have one idea here. Any other idea? For your new startup? Oh, idea generation happening now. So we have something like a group. See, they have an idea ready. These guys have some idea ready, 3 of them. So like that, another, have you got some basic idea where 2, 3 of you are? So I want to do a small activity later, that's correct. So how many of your team members are here? All of you are individuals. You? They are different, they told me that. You? So you don't have any idea, you just come to learn what it is. Then what I suggest, we do a small exercise, you can probably join some other group, those who don't have some idea. So we do some small exercise on like the entity. Yeah. So I think this is something most of you are already doing. I'm not going to talk much of this digital and e-networking. So I think you already have your networks ready, right? LinkedIn. I think many of you don't believe in email, but get used to email because
Official message.
it's formal, yes. Accepted, formal. What else? Huh?
Valid platform.
Can you elaborate on the word valid?
It is a professional platform which everyone used to use in their organization.
Oh, you use the word valid.
Most commonly used.
That's okay.
It can be quoted as a witness in law as well. WhatsApp can't be.
Legal. It's a legal evidence. Email, unlike WhatsApp, is legal evidence based. So that's why we continue to use email for professional matters. Because it is taken as valid information and can be questioned. You can't say I didn't say this. So that is why email becomes important. Podcast is just for Jan, like CAs, any professional. Anyone. See, podcasts are there plenty. I heard that you people love listening to podcasts. When you travel, in fact, many of my classmates, they drive for an hour and a half to work. And they say they have this podcast running. Many have the audible book reading. They just hear somebody talking, reading on the book. But these are all great tools. But this is only for information. This is only to get a perspective. Right? The real information comes when you actually meet, when you actually go into something that person said. Because that's where the validity comes. Don't go by, who is this fellow? I don't like him, but yeah, very popular guy called Dhruv Rathi. He talks on anything and everything, including Sadhguru. They all talk. So that is just information that you have heard or listened to. Right? But if you are to be successful and you are to be true, check the validity. And see how it relates to you. Right? Don't take them don't take it at face value, just go into it. Because there's a whole lot of information that comes on the digital platforms, which are reliable, which are also unreliable, including Wikipedia. In fact, some of the Wikipedia information is not reliable. So just be careful of that. Sometimes, see, you might be working while you have your startup in your head. You might have to work for some time to get some money together, right? So get into some committees. Get into some committees, either in your organization, could be a social committee, some special purpose committee. Like when I was a manager in a plant, but there was an internal audit committee in my company. For some reason, my boss said you must be part of the internal audit committee. There are only 5 of us in the employee strength of 800. For some reason, he wanted me to be on this committee. Where we could audit not only money, but we could audit anything. Safety, we could audit production, we could audit people sleeping on the job and all that. So that really helped me in my career, being on that committee. Volunteering is a very good thing. On something which you don't do. It should be something that you don't do, which you're not good at. Right? So go into cross-functional. Suppose you're a software engineer. Suppose you're say a marketing professional. Get into finance. understand what finance is. Like that. Go cross-functional. See whether you get a chance to represent your organization. You know? It's a very good thing. Attend those special days, family meetups, and all that. And this is a good way to improve mentoring and training your own team members. So when I ask you to form a group, you know, you can be very sure that when you teach your group members, you learn. My success in my engineering was only because of this. We were a group of 4 of us, we did so-called group study, what is it? Funny name. Combined study, but we had some stupid name for it. Anyway, so we were 4 of us. We would sit 8 hours to study time. I mean, combined studies for 8 hours. Productive hours were only 4. The balance 4 were also very productive in bonding, in networking, in understanding each other, in doing masti. But that 4 hours that we studied, we really studied well. And all of us improved in our grades. And in that 2 of us were doing more of the teaching. So we reinforced our subject. So it's good. You can see if you can get together a like-minded group. See, when you are in a startup, please understand one thing. Your group must be like-minded. No egos, no position, including your mentor. Your mentor only like you. Don't let him or her not be a boss. I mean, let him or her earn respect. Don't give respect just because he or she has experience. So as an entrepreneur, how do you network as an entrepreneur? As I told you, attend these events, conferences, collaborate and contribute to projects or initiatives of some organization. It's very useful when you volunteer or collaborate with them on certain things. Participating in some associations. I've done all this, I'm just putting it again for you. This is a good way to collaborate on an e-newsletter. One more thing that you can do here is you can start a blog. How many of you have an active blog? Start it, yeah, good. What do you write on? Computer science, good. See, when you start a blog, when you start writing it on a regular, are you regular with your blogs? Consistent?
Monthly, twice or thrice I guess.
Okay. So it's a random thing. Every Sunday or every Saturday, my blog. It can be 2 paragraphs, it can be 2 pages. My blog is going to get updated. So when people see that you are consistently putting something, that helps. See, the key word here is consistency. Right? So if you are able to do this, it's very good. Regular updates, it's very good. A blog. Start your blog. Because you get a lot of people who will slowly start following you. Because that is going to come on your LinkedIn. I'm a blog writer, I run this blog. Community is very good because you can meet random people. Right? Social activities, NGO activities, blood donation camps. Right? Volunteer, going to an old age home, volunteering in an orphanage. Right? If you have a nice hobby, get into a hobby specific club. It could be a radio club, it could be a speaking club, it could be Toastmasters, it could be trekking, it could be diving, it could be mountain climbing, it could be cycling, whatever. Because when you do community networking, you will come across a very diverse group of people. And believe me, this really helps, especially in a city like Vizag. Why? Tell me. Not in Vijayawada.
Visakhapatnam has a diverse community.
Why?
Port city.
Very cosmopolitan. Why? Port is very
Naval base.
refinery. a huge organization from all across the country coming. So we have a good cosmopolitan network here. Let's go a little fast now. We have done the basic gap. So how do you build a professional relationship? So we get into relationship building. Your communication must be clear. Then it be transparent. Right? The boundaries must be very clear. Who does what? What do you expect out of the relationship? Interest must be genuine. That genuineness comes when you listen properly and you act on what is said and you demonstrate that you are willing to learn. Please make sure that this is a very important foundation of a relationship, of being professional. You should be dependable. You say you're going to have a meeting at 9:30, you will be there at 9:30. If you're going to be late, it doesn't matter. You could be late. But tell people you're going to be late. Right? Value must be offered, of course, 100%. People must see value in the relationship. As I told you, be selfish. That is value. It's okay, nothing wrong. I am here for that information. Please help me. Strategic networking, as we have discussed. Be approachable and friendly. You know, say, hey, nice to chill out with you. I got this compliment from a girl who's about 24-year-old girl. She's asking, nice to chill out with you. Well, welcome, many times. Come, just chill out. So it's like that. People must feel. You should not say, hey, you must chill out with me. No, sit here, I am going to tell you. No. Be approachable, that's all. People will come to you who want to come to you. So that welcoming atmosphere is important in your body language, in your vibes that you create. Right? How do you maintain that relationship? Be consistent, schedule your meetings well, show appreciation, thank, show gratitude. A very difficult commodity again. Appreciating somebody gets difficult. Thank you. That is not appreciation. It must come from this area. Come on. Let it be nice. This, of course, is not a problem with you guys mostly. The adaptability part is more with the senior generation. But be willing to learn also. Don't say, hey, this is not going to help me. Right? Of course, trust. This takes a lot of time to build. Lot of time. But start working on it by being consistent and honest and transparent in what you do. Trust will anyhow happen. But remember, this is another foundation pillar for a good relationship. Any good milestones, recognize your team, recognize the people, celebrate it. If there is a conflict, as I said, negotiate, address it, do it. And of course, continuously learn. I don't have to tell you, the world is changing too fast for our comfort. Too fast. Especially, I was just sharing with my friends in the computer science there. Already they are learning an outdated curriculum. I don't know where they are going to land up in their 2 years hence. Our university, I understand, changed the curriculum. After 20 years, they changed the curriculum, it seems. It's still 2000 curriculum. It's not 2023 or 2024 curriculum. Huh? So you have no choice. Maybe they have their own limitations because the UGC, all those heavy-headed fellows are there. They can't change the curriculum so easily, or they don't want to. I did my MBA, I had a lovely experience. I did my MBA in the evening program here, same wonderful university. And we are all working professionals. We have classes in the evening 6 to 9. I work 8 to 5 and 6 to 9 was my classes in the university. And we are all working professionals. And this lady comes in to teach something on government policies and business environment or something. And she was teaching in that. It's all rubbish that she was teaching. It was all outdated stuff. We were scratching our head. And then we just picked up Charlie and said, "Hey ma'am, I think this is pretty old. I think this has already changed." She said, "Changed? No, I don't think so." She took out one diary from her bag. When I did my MBA, she is teaching what she learned when she did her MBA. And this went on class after class. We were getting impatient. Then one fellow, it should have been me, but that fellow took up the thing. He said, "Ma'am, one second. You want to teach, you teach us what is relevant. Or don't teach, don't come to the class. Don't teach us outdated rubbish." She said, "Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Actually, from tomorrow, from next class, we'll have different way of teaching. You teach like seminar time. I will sit and listen." Then we all told it. "Sorry, we are working 8-9 hours and coming here. You either teach or don't come to the class." I think she stopped coming. Oh, so this is how sometimes you talk irrelevant rubbish. It's terrible. You have to be up to date. Please don't. So leveraging social media, a wonderful thing. Social media is wonderful, but leverage it correctly, especially LinkedIn for you. I don't believe too much in that X. It's now called X, Twitter or X or whatever it's called. So this is what I learned while just coming into the class today. Something Slack, Trello, Asana. No. Any of you heard of this? Slack is somewhere, sometime. Yeah, what is it, Slack?
It's like a message group for working professionals, like in software community.
Good for communications and chatting. Very good for team apparently. Very good. Trello is a collaborative tool between carriers and logistics people. You can find service providers for logistics and network with them. Carriers and logistics people. Asana is like Slack, except that it's a project management tool. I only heard of Yogasana till 145. Then I learned about this asana when I was just entering. It's a project management tool where you can schedule your timelines, your projects very well. So these are very good collaboration tools apparently. So this is what you guys need to learn. See if you can leverage this in your business. Because I understand they're really good. Especially Slack and Asana are really top of the line is what I could just read the few minutes of review that I had. Look into it. This is what you need to know. Schedule virtual meetings. You have enough opportunities, Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx, so many others. They're all good. Teams, Microsoft Teams. And all are free to a certain extent, which is more than engage in online communities, I told you, forums, groups, especially on LinkedIn again. Join relevant groups on LinkedIn. Get recommendations, get references. A very good tool for all of you as professionals. Right? Keep monitoring your online presence. And keep, adjusting where you are and where you need to be. I think Mr. Praveen has spoken to you about you as a personal brand. I just give you a little bit on that. Your online presence, as I told you, is very important. Just ramp up your profile every week. There must be something new, something good about you that is there. Right? So your strong online presence, how does it come about? How do you build a strong online presence? Did Mr. Praveen talk about that? In the morning?
What about online presence?
Okay, tell me. This is a very important part of branding. How do you develop an online presence? Come on, I give you to tell me how you're going to build your online presence.
Showcasing our portfolios.
Where?
Websites.
Posting personal websites.
Very good. So start a personal website. Very good. Don't leave it empty like I did. I have not updated my damn website. I keep feeling guilty about it, but yeah. Then
Do they update often?
Huh?
Updating it often?
Yes. That makes it strong. Like my friend there who's writing a blog. That's a good way to boost your online presence. Update your LinkedIn. Yes, what else? Don't do, see, there is one problem that I find with you. You have, and you are serious entrepreneurs or whatever. Now, when you are building your online presence, don't do stupid reels on Insta. See, that is also going to jump up, right? It's okay. Fun is one thing, but something which goes against your true self is not good. That's all I'm saying. Because your Facebook profile, whom you're dating, I mean, you're not hiding anywhere today. I can hunt you out wherever you are. Like, you know that. And employers, collaborators, channel partners, whoever will hunt you out. So make sure that what they pick up is not something really bad or negative. So be very careful of your online presence, and that is where the strength comes. So, it is not making a fabulous LinkedIn profile, having a terrible Insta reel where you're abusing somebody or something. It's okay, you can have fun, all that is fine. But it must add strength to your online profile of LinkedIn. You should not bring it down. Right? What you deliver must be quality. No doubt about it. Whatever you deliver, make sure it is of acceptable quality. It doesn't have to be top of the line. If you're doing a podcast, let it be good. Let it be nice. Right? If you can be a thought leader, it takes time. But if you can be a thought leader on a particular topic, like I just give you one example of say an asana now. Now, maybe in your circle of friends, you can talk about that. You can be a thought leader. Hey, I found this. Let's work on this. You can be a thought leader there. And if you, I'm telling you, if you put that on LinkedIn, then say, hey, this person knows about this, something interesting. I should talk to him or her. So become strong in that area. Something which is emerging and you start becoming strong, no? People look, hey. That's one reason why I wrote a book. Somebody said, hey, you can build up your profile well if you're an author. I wrote a book, and then today I'm recognized as an author of a book. And that gives you a very good position that, hey, he actually wrote the book. It's like a visiting card for me today. So like that, you have to build up that strength, right? Be a thought leader. Of course, you must build a professional network. That's what we're talking about. And seek feedback. Don't criticize. Accept. Somebody says you're an idiot. Yes, I am an idiot. Tell you what I can do to help myself. Accept it. And obviously look at continuous improvement, as they call the Kaizen route. Conflicts happen between partners. Be objective, don't be subjective. Do you know the difference between subjectivity and objectivity? What is being subjective? He is to blame. She didn't do it. He did it. You're personalizing it. End of the day, we didn't do it. End of the day, whether I did or you didn't do, end of the day, it was not done. Let's be objective to see how it can be done. That's all. That's being objective. Right? Be open and honest in your communication. Find that common ground which everybody loves. Focus on solutions, not the problem. So this is a very interesting example I had on this focusing on solutions. So I was a project manager running a site. We were doing a big project, and there was a problem of some foundation on the site. And now I am not a civil engineer. I do not know anything about concreting or strength and stress and strain and all that. And my civil engineer calls up and says, sir, there's a problem on the site. So I said, what is the problem? He gave me a long lecture about how some rod end was not bent correctly, how the reinforcement was not enough, some concrete mix has to be changed, all kinds of stories he told me. It made total Greek and Latin to me. I didn't understand one word of what he said. I said, Ramarao, what is the problem? No, sir, sir, I just explained the problem to you. I said, Ramarao, you are the civil engineer. You have a problem. What is your problem? Sir, we can't do it like this. We have to do it like this. We have to spend so much more money. Fine. So spend that additional 10 or 20,000 rupees and do it, no? Yes, sir. I want your approval. I said, you told me you want my approval yet. For that additional, I trust you as a civil engineer, but I don't know what you're talking about. So, when you come across and you are the problem solver, give a solution. Don't keep saying, it's a problem. Don't throw the problem somebody else, if you have a solution. And obviously, every conflict is a learning. Cultural, yeah, so something you were talking about this, be very culturally aware of what's happening around you. Everyone has a perspective. Understand that it could be as diverse as much as you don't like it. Be sensitive to it, cultural differences. Communication styles are different. I had a boss. If you listen to him, you'll never work with him. He ran the biggest plant in my company, and I was in a different department. He's a plant manager. The kind of language he used on people, the worst of Telugu abuses you can hear if you walk through the plant any day. Oh, horrible language. I said, how can people work with such a boss? Now, obviously, the kind of language he used on people, he used to hit them, pat on the back. Hey, or terrible language again. And we used to watch this. We were doing a project in that plant. And I used to wonder. Then I had a friend there, he said, hey, he's a nice fellow. Very nice guy. I said, yeah. Yes, everyone loves him. And that is true. People love him. Such a genuine man. And then I joined that plant. I was the assistant manager for that plant. He was number 1, I was number 2 in the same plant. A few years later. And then I found out why people liked him. Because he never held a grudge. He will shout at you. He will make sure you rectify your mistake and he'll say, Chala, over now, come, let's go. Let's enjoy. He never held a grudge. Very interesting. So sometimes, you have to get on with such people. When you know that they don't mean harm, it's okay. But adjust to those. Respect and empathy we already spoke about. Somebody said, yes, very true. You always empathize. And diverse, yes. Let's look at a diverse group of people. So, just a quick run through on. Just remember a client, customer, whoever he or she is. They are all the human beings like you. Right? I see people being ill-treated customers. Please treat them with respect. Right? Give them all the attention that you can. Because they are your life today. I started my class today on this. I exist because you are there to buy my product, to savor my service. Just remember, a customer may abuse you, you just have to smile. You see, you go to any hotel, any time, just sit in the lobby for 1 hour, you see the kind of terrible customers that come to hotels or restaurants. I'm not sure if you have had any experience on this. No? Any hotel. Just sit in the lobby. Oh. The competition is very severe. They don't like you and your service is bad. I'll show you some shocking statistics of this. This is the main problem today. in customer service, what we forget is that we don't provide it the way it has been promised. We show this is the biggest problem of Indian business. You know that? We have the best products, but we don't service it well. The last coating of the paint won't be good. The packaging, the product will be outside the package by the time it reaches the customer. We don't pay attention to that smaller, finer details. Please make sure that you provide the service the way it has been promised. We had a very peculiar problem when we were selling our plastic. Our product was in 25 kg bags. 25 kg bags of plastic pellets. And the customer said, you are short supply. We are getting only 24,950, 970, 24.95, 25.97, 24.98. You say we are promising 25. But all our quality checks have gone with 25.04, 24.15. We have very good weighing scales. Now what do? Customer is also right. When we go and actually weigh, yes, it is 20, 30, 50 grams less. When we said it is 20, 30 grams more, or at least 10 grams more. Because we had very good bagging systems. Now what to do? So it was only a question of the moisture content. By the time that fellow opened the bag, that bit of moisture had evaporated, the permissible moisture level. The pellets. Obviously that weight will come down. Na? So we took a company policy, we recalibrated our weighing scales to make sure that every bag had at least 50 grams extra plastic, 50 to 70 grams. So our bags went to 25.075 or 050. We calibrated all our machines. We did a single complaint after that. Because any shortfall due to moisture also, it never went below 25. We didn't get a chance to give the customer a chance to come. So sometimes you have to do that because come on, you can't lose customers because of some silly thing like that. So you have to provide it the way it has been promised. And it is everything, okay? It is to do with any interaction either you or any of your staff has. It is not that you are good, but your secretary is bad to the customer. Right? It has to be a policy. Respect, give them individuality, give them personal attention. Everybody must feel good here. Now, human beings are there, customers are also human beings. Make sure that everybody, even your partners, one partner can ruin your business if he goes in, he's an arrogant fellow. He may be nice to you, but if he's arrogant to a customer, bad luck, right? So, these are some way you need good customer relationship. You have to get new clients, improve your brand, improve profitability. It's all how you exchange information, your communication styles. Right? You don't want him leaving you, right? You don't want him shifting out of your moving out. So this is a very interesting statistic. Why do customers leave? Why do customers leave? Why don't you go back to that 1% die, 3% move away? This is for some survey that somebody did. Competitive dissatisfaction, okay. But just rude and discourteous service is the bulk of the percentage. Especially in the service industry, restaurants, hotels, any app that you give, any platform that you give. This is very interesting. The other customer is even more interesting. Out of the customer, complaint will come from very few people. That's the other problem with customers. They won't complain. They just walk away. Like me. %68% leave because of an attitude indifferent by the customer. Dissatisfied customer will go like Anantram onto Facebook and Twitter and blast the hell out of companies and organizations. I do it at least once a week or once a month. If somebody gets on my wrong side, a restaurant or a service provider, and I get a response within 12 hours. I've done it to insurance companies, I've done it to hotels in Vizag. Check my Facebook posts. In fact, 2 people called me recently and said, please remove it. I'm your son's friend. So what? I said, your hotel guys don't know which, what you guys offer. What nonsense is this? And I had a very bad experience. So I will tell you, I will go on Facebook and tell. If I'm happy, yeah, I will tell you, I told you in my class, hey, this is a good restaurant, eat there. If the restaurant is bad, I won't tell you here. I put it on Facebook. It's like that. Just believe me, appreciation is very limited. If you're not happy, you go all over the place. Like today, somebody called me for some, offering me some partnership or something. I was checking it out and I found a very bad experience that somebody else had about that company. In fact, I had to go by and find out what that's all about. It's like that. Most leave due to rudeness of persons. When you complain and your complaint is taken care of now, they will stay on, they won't leave. They won't leave, I'm telling you. People don't leave. You can't advertise no fear, nothing will work. One bad thing. Be very clear about it. It costs a lot of money to get a new customer. Retaining them is easy. Right? Boosting a profit can go up when you just retain your customers. Right? This is when customers come back. They will tell you what's problem. You give knowledgeable help. Today's customers are very knowledgeable. Right? You attend to their problems and you treat them well. Again, it's back to listening. If somebody says yes, somebody says no, appreciate it. Don't make promises unless you will keep them. You all love to promise. You don't want to deliver. Right? Be helpful, be courteous, knowledgeable. Take care of internal customers, your own team members. Right? So again, it's all about empathy, understanding psyche of people. Offer good solutions, add value to what you're saying. So remember, whatever startup, whatever you're doing, if you want to sustain, make sure you have a very strong, reliable service backup. That is the core of success of your product. Many companies fail here. That they sell the product, but they don't service it. Like many software and apps that come. There's a bug. The app doesn't open, app doesn't work, website doesn't open. What do you do? So that's all about relationships, and I think you've done enough of the pitch part of it, right? I just want to just be a little, seeing what I have experienced. I just wanted to share some perspectives to you. Thank you, sir. So when you are pitching, be very sure of what you're talking about. Please don't read out. pitching, you're supposed to talk, you're not supposed to be there. People sit there, these are like, you're pitching your product here, you talk about the bad. That's what you're knowing your material. Confidence, of course, is important. Be self-aware of your own limitations. Make sure that the right partner does the pitch, does the way. Right? You could be the sleeping partner or the financing partner. But then you need a good talking partner. Knows when to give the josh. Right? Somebody must remember you. Be memorable. Wow, what a pitch. That's what. That wow moment must come. Now your pitch must be tailor-made to the audience. This I don't see. If you're pitching to an investor, your pitch must be tailored to that fellow's mindset. What is he looking at? ROI? What is in it for me? It's ROI. Don't talk as if you're selling a technology to that fellow. He wants to know, I'm going to give you 1 crore when I give it back. He is very clear, right? So be audience specific. Please make sure that your pitches are tailor-made. Otherwise it's going to be tough. Right? Now, any questions, any feedback, I would love to take it. I want you to get into group. You already have a group, right? You 3 are also one group? Right. So give me your networking plan. So now you want to talk about your alumni database, right? Yeah. And you want to talk about your CCTV and surveillance, right?
The idea changed from yesterday to today.
So no, sir, that was my idea, but it is my existing business.
Okay. Nice.
Right? So you guys tell me how you're going to network. Whom you're going to network with, and give me your networking plan based on what we discussed today. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Just put your heads together. Those of you who you want to start something on your own, you can, or you can join me. Anything is fine. But I want all of you to be engaged in something. So 3 of you, maybe 2 of you can also join. Right? See what he has. Talk about that idea. You want to take some products for 4 or 5 years? Anything. Something interesting. Or you can join. Think of some problems that interest you. Huh? You have something? Yeah. How about these 2 guys? Yeah? At the end of 10-15 minutes, you will just give me your plan. And present it. Want any doubts? Any there? I'm here. Take up time for food. That's a good area to talk about. Good. They're booming. Food is booming. As long as you're able to do something. But just focus on the networking part.
You already have existing
దీనివల్ల మాకు నెట్వర్కింగ్ చేయాలి అంటే కంపెనీకి క్లయింట్స్ కదా కంపెనీ సర్వీస్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తారు కంపెనీ అది మా డైవర్ట్ చేస్తుంది కంపెనీకి వచ్చేసి కంపెనీ ఐసీపీ ఇంటిగ్రేట్ ఛానల్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సర్వీస్
your networking plan. So further your business. Whatever strategy you want.
Major order say something.
I don't want you to develop with
third party contracts.
So whom you'll approach, who are the vendors you're looking at, who are the people who can add value, what are the tools that you're going to employ, what are you going to do for yourself, what are you going to do for the community. When you say network, you not just talk about customer servicing plan, existing and potential. You can assume, just so that I understand you understand the importance of it.
But can you let me know what exactly do you deliver now?
Your networking plan. How are you going to further your business? Who are you going to network with? On digitally, on outside, in community, with professionals. Just remember that your business is a well-established business. Yeah. You're going to talk about that, right? So you need to do a totally different type of networking. You want to change your business plan. Because everybody supplies CCTVs and digital services. But where is your USP? Number one. And for that, what kind of networking do you need? As I said, this is product specific.
How do we get to connect with these people?
If it is something new, it's okay.
Sir, it's not new, sir. It's like prompt service. We have many competition in one side, but our service technique is very different. We take up contact from our competitors too.
Exactly. So how your networking plan has worked in your field? Talk about that. And what you're going to do about it. Okay, just talk for 5 minutes about how you want to do You guys are working good? They are with you?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the point. You totally agree with that.
నాకు ఈ స్కిట్లో డైలాగ్
क्लास के लिए बहुत सारा बाहर कर
ప్లాన్ అనిపిస్తావా
Already existing networking channel.
Even I don't have any options.
సో ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నది కూడా చెప్తాను కొత్తవి ఏమైనా చేస్తున్నాం అంటే మా సర్వీస్ సెక్టర్లో ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే ప్రొడక్ట్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంటుంది సర్వీస్
What kind of networking techniques is
ఎవరు ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలి if I dial it
ఏంటి ఐడియా డెమో
యూనివర్స్ ఎవరో లైక్
సెక్యూర్ టెక్నాలజీ నుంచి సిఎఫ్లోకి
మీ ఇద్దరు వస్తారా క్యాన్ యూ వెయిట్
towards the plan.
నేను అఫెండ్ అయిపోయాను ఇదిగో వచ్చేసి ప్రాబ్లం
Okay, no problem. Disappointment వచ్చేస్తుంది.
అంటే మన దేశంలో తెలుసా
మొన్న ఆల్రెడీ అయ్యింది నేను చెప్పాను
ఎక్కడైంది
రాలేదు లేట్గా వచ్చి
బీపీ ఫస్ట్ టైం అకౌంట్స్ చాప్టర్ ఉంది బీపీ గురించి ఆప్షన్ ఆప్షన్స్
అందులో ఫస్ట్ తెలుసు అదే నేను చెప్పాను నేను కూర్చొని అయినా దాన్ని కూర్చోలేదు లేదు అనేది సెకండ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ ఇంకా తీసుకుంటాను ఫినాన్స్ సబ్జెక్ట్ ఏమన్నా చెప్పేది
పోర్ట్ఫోలియో మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఫినాన్షియల్
సెకండ్ ఇయర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ స్కూల్లో చదవడం ఏమంటారు
నేను కూడా చాలా అందంగా నవ్వుతున్నాను.
అది నువ్వు చెప్పాలి.
ఎలా తెలుసా?
నేను చెప్తాను.
ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్
ఎక్కువ ఉంది
డోర్లేటింగ్ ఏంటి నేను నాకు ఎందుకు
సరే ఇప్పుడు వాటర్ నువ్వు అది కూడా కరెక్ట్గా చెప్పలేదు.
బాగా ముట్లు తెలుసుకుంటారు అదే చూపిస్తారు నేను తెచ్చుకెళ్ళి వస్తాను నవీనా లేవడం చూడండి అడిగే ఇదే రాసి ఇదే
Five more minutes, you guys must present. Ready? Yeah? I'm going to sleep. I can disconnect this thing.
ప్రాపర్గా చెప్పడానికి అయ్యా ధైర్యం
ఏదో మార్కెట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్రీ హోల్డింగ్ నాట్ అప్డేటెడ్ డేటా may be inaccurate. Portfolio.
Comes to front, I know where you can relate. Oh. That is a good sign. I thought nobody wanted to. Ready? Are you guys ready? Alumni?
Yeah.
Come on, let's start. You can, yeah, you can talk from there. Yeah.
So we categorize our on who we need to network into two main parts:
Hey, listen.
customers and the investors.
No, just tell what the product is so that others can.
As in a service, we're making an alumni association portal, basically a website and app, and we're gonna sell it to all the possibly the alumni associations that are out there. So for that, for networking we divided into two main segments. That is the customers and the investors. Our target customers are universities, institutions, and schools. To connect with that, in our own team we have our alma mater, so we can connect through them, or we could cold call or advertisements through that. And for the investors, we have professional investors, equity investments, or debt-based or loan-based investments. So for that, we have Startup Saturdays organized by AHUB in the South Campus. So we could go pitch there for co-founders' feedbacks or investments and ideathons that are frequently done by other groups in the areas.
What about social networking? Very important.
It comes under the customer segment where we talked about the advertising.
Okay.
In that we have the digital advertising or e-marketing or all that.
You use the word alma mater.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
So we are all from different schools in same university but different schools. So through our connections and let's say we have a senior or we know a principal close or we have a person who knows.
So
the
alma
principal.
mater is basically what? The institution that you studied in.
Yeah.
Alumnus is different.
Like if we know the alma mater, if we know the institution personally, like
So
we
you
study from this.
connect through the alma mater, you want to connect the alumni.
Alma mater. Yeah, that's it for us.
But I think for a start, you should start narrowing it down so that taking all. See what happens sometimes is you start networking too many. Nothing might happen. You focus your attention on one particular type of institution. Probably. I don't know. Just a suggestion from my side on networking. That sometimes you start narrow, and then once you're successful, then you start expanding. Because sometimes you start, I'll target universities, I'll target private B schools, I'll target schools, I'll target daycare centers, I'll target this, I'll target that. You're spreading yourself. And then you may find the volume a little too much to handle. So in a startup always, start small, but start focused and do good service. And then by word of mouth, then you start talking. This is a suggestion. Good, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, of course. Unless you want to come here. They all want to come here. I said, come. It's okay, yeah.
So good evening everyone. Coming to my business, our name is Secure Technologies. We are located in Madhuvada and we also have a godown near Kurman Park towards Gajuaka. So our brand, mainly we deal with Secure Technologies, but we have our own manufacturing unit called Kerbo Tech Solutions, where we serve CCTV, biometrics, video phones, surveillance systems, other IT service software. We serve both residential and corporate. So directly coming to the point, networking. As per now, we go and participate in expos of different brands like Hikvision, maybe D-Link, or the famous brands like in CCTV we have CP Plus, Dahua, add-on. So that was the first. And coming to our business, we are majorly getting our deals from ICP, which is Integrated Channel Partnerships, where we get the deal directly from the company, because companies, they don't serve, they only sell. So we provide service, so we get a direct billing from the company in terms of service. So in terms of ICP, later we meet different companies for service center. Currently in Vizag and AP, we are now in groundwork with Blue Feather company. It's a very small company, it's Chinese company of your desktop and all. So we are having a partnership with Blue Feather in terms of service throughout AP, for which we will be getting almost 50 rupees is the basic price of a service call. And we also deal with refurbished products of Blue Feather. Coming to next, we joined service workshop, maybe from the company or maybe from the giant service providers. We have maybe the first party contractors in terms of electrical contractors. The next thing we do now is we take up third party contracts. Maybe we don't have the billing on our name, but we get the exposure. If we are getting large projects, we will be getting familiar with the work we are doing right now. So in terms of social networking, collaboration with brands directly, because you may not need to contact us. If you contact a CCTV distributor of Hikvision or CP Plus or any other company in Vizag, probably there might be chance of almost 20 to 30% that we might provide you the service, because the company will, at the end of the day, the company will provide the service to a service provider, which we deal with. In terms, as I said, we deal with both residential and corporate. Our networking, as per now, I explained, in future terms, for expanding our business. As we all know, Techie is a very diversified portfolio. We cannot survive only with a CCTV solutions and biometrics, video phones, what generally the corporate needs. In terms of destination service, we made a very tailored tech service, maybe Wi-Fi camera. Some may, in today's generation, some may also need hidden cameras based on their perspective. We also deal with your laptop service, mobiles, not mobiles now. Pre-COVID, we used to do that. Now we deal with laptops, spare parts, your cards, your graphic card, chipsets and everything. In future terms, I would like to do networking in terms of a diversified portfolio, as I was saying, in terms of similar segment. We would not go out of techie. In tech only, we will be having different segments. Like we see your scanners, we see TT set cameras, many others. I'm not familiar, I'm not a techie guy. So, next one is networking with the competitors, because end of the day, everyone has a big fish. So we can't deal with them. So like we are now growing. Pre-COVID, we used to have a turnover of 40 lakhs, 42 lakhs per year. Not profit. Profit is very low, I would not disclose, but turnover is 40 lakhs in service. Post-COVID now, this year, last year we had only 13 lakhs of service. So that's how our business suffered with COVID. So I think for which we need to network with the same competitors who are with us so that we can take up big projects. With big projects, we can take big margin. So we can get some money. Maybe exposure in terms of awareness. We may not get the branding that we have served for Naval Dockyard or NS Coromandel, nothing like that. But we have given a service for which we may be having a plus point in terms of if we get a future big deal. If you cannot handle, you will surely collaborate with me to close that deal, right? In terms of service, because manpower is not easy stuff. You can procure someone very skilled. HS1, HS2, you cannot get technicians very easily in Vizag. We are paying 30,000, 35,000 to technicians even. The last one would be getting large networks from different sites to collide with big projects and branding exposure. Maybe we have serving in Madhurwada particularly, there is a shopping mall called Kushi Shopping Mall, if you are aware of it. Only in Madhurwada, they are having 3 brands. You are familiar with Chico's in Madhurwada. You know Coromandel in Gajoka.
I'm not familiar with the Madhurwada side.
Okay, you know some hospitals we deal with. Because residential business, we cannot network with them. If you install the network, our service basically starts from 350 for a service call or installation of a CCTV. So if we want to have a big shot, we need to go to corporate. Residential cannot satisfy our needs. So in terms of corporate, in terms of networking, we provide AMC to them. AMC in terms of you pay me as of now or in the end of the year. But I will be providing you service, and that will be minimizing their administration efforts. So that is in terms of my knowledge as per now for my networking tips.
The third party is an interesting thing. Many people have that surplus facility. So always, looking at third party contacts is a very good way to network, because that is where you widen your base quite well. It's a tough business, and getting reliable technicians is the bigger challenge. And see, in this kind of particular service, just one word of caution. See, CCTVs are relied upon, their recordings are relied upon by the police. So you have to ensure that our technicians don't do the really wrong nonsense. Cutting off, views and things like that. A lot of dangers involved. Yeah, good, nice. Next.
We just got a startup idea like that. Okay. We just got an idea about sweet treat batteries and all, like snack items, sweet treat items and all. So for battery and sweet treat items, we need to networking like that, like customer-based networking, like investor-based networking, and also competitors also we need to understand their competitors levels. For that we need to maintain some network with them. And event planners and banquet halls for the catering services also we can provide suites and all, so that we can maintain a network with them. Wedding planners too. And delivery partners networking also is very important, so that we can deliver that. Customer networking is also important. Sometimes they may have functions or some plans, so they can take from us in bulk quantity. Like in raw materials also, we need to maintain some networking in that, so that we can procure large amount of the raw materials from them, like suppliers networking and all.
Good thoughts. Develop on that. I have one suggestion. Yeah, you want to say something?
No, sir.
So, okay, so I have one suggestion to all of you. When you are looking at customers, no, and servicing customers, categorize your customers into satisfied customers, delighted customers, where they're really delighted, so you get repeat orders. Satisfy, yeah. Look to delight a customer, and some of these delighted customers will really like you. So they will become your ambassadors. They will become your brand ambassador. So that is the ultimate level of how you can nurture a customer. So a customer who talks very well about you is what you require. Because word of mouth is where business comes in to a large extent. Somebody says, hey, this is good. Word of mouth publicity is very good. So you need to nurture such customers who can be your brand ambassador. You don't have to do anything. They will do your work. Half your marketing work is done by them. So that your level of delivery must be like that. It takes time, but I'm just saying that this is one, your network with such people, really worth taking care of them. Because they are your brand advocates, as we call them. Good. Any other questions? Anything else? Good. I hope the session wasn't too boring. I sometimes tend to.
But it was not boring, but it was bold.
Bold, huh? See, I don't know. Bold, I didn't understand. Bold means what? Frank?
Bold means bold in terms of a bold man speak.
Like without an agenda.
No, sir, not an agenda.
Without any filters.
Without any?
Filters.
Oh yeah, no filter. I don't believe in filters. What for? I mean,
Truth.
yeah, because that is the fact of the matter. See, end of the day, that is what you're going to face. If you thanks. Anything else? Content-wise, I hope at least some ideas came into networking. But I mean, it takes a lot of effort. Believe me, it's not easy. Networking is not easy. And be wary of cheap publicity. People do all cheap things for publicity. And people will flatter you. Be careful of that also. Oh, sir, it was wonderful. But, does it not required? Yeah, okay, thanks. Because sometimes people do it to satisfy you, but actually they don't mean it. So he said I was bold, I was a little bold myself. I got bowled over with that. Yeah, because see, end of the day, that's what you need to be. See, this is what a customer appreciates. Like, I just give you one small learning I had when I was going to buy a washing machine. I found washing machines costing 7,000-8,000 in those days. And I found another washing machine for 6,000 rupees. Also a very reputed company. Now how can there be so much, both are reputed companies, but this is almost 1,500 rupees cheaper. And I couldn't find the reason for it. There must be some reason why he's selling it cheaper than that. And nobody could explain it to me. I asked this fellow, he said, no sir, our brand is very good, but it is cheaper. Other fellow said, our brand is much better, sir. It may be costly, but it's very good. You know what the difference was? This fellow, the 6,000 fellow, made his washing machine out of steel, which will rust. The other fellow used good high-grade aluminium to make his washing machine body. And that was the cost differential. This guy's washing machine weighed about 15 kgs, not 15, but 8 kgs more than the other fellow's machine. So he was using steel, that fellow was using aluminum. It took me 2 weeks to find out this. He would have told me in the first place. But that was not written in the specification anywhere on that washing machine brand. Just for your information, one was that was Reliance, Videocon. In those days, Videocon used to make FMCG. And the other one was TVS Whirlpool. It's like that. Don't see, customers are too smart today. Those days we got food. Today customers are too smart. Like you go to a doctor. How many of you go to a doctor? Next time you have some injury, whatever, he prescribes an antibiotic or a painkiller. You ask the doctor, just ask him, for my sake or for your own learning. Doctor, can you tell me what are the side effects of this medicine? Just ask the doctor. Tell me what kind of response you give. Huh? So, just ask. Oh, you're having this operation on my mom or dad. What will be the recovery time? What are the precautions? Please tell me, doctor. Ask that fellow. No. Who has asked me? Oh my gosh, after this person. I get scared to go to that. So this is, the transparency is not there. That's what we require today in business. Right. I'm actually asking you to try it. It's a lovely. You have to, you want to try?
Yeah, I tried it.
You tried it, what happened?
Actually, in Chinese, they describe it.
He also tried, sir.
My wife went for a skin infection. Doctor said use this.
The other doctor
Actually,
says the most dangerous stuff is
feedback.
అవునా ఇలాగ లెఫ్ట్లో కాపీ చేసి స్కాన్ చేసి కొట్టావా
Yes. Oh, sure, why not?
साइड के लिए हुआ आपको